right, good morning. That's kind of strange to say. 8 a.m. D&D. Woo! All right, Lord Gazumba, up and at him, the boss of the whole thing here. We are going to raise lots and lots of money today for St. Jude's Children's Hospitals. My name is Wiley Hobbit, and I'm your host and dungeon master, and we'll get into the players and stuff in a minute, but I just want to thank everybody for coming out. We're going to do D&D for 4 hours, and we are kicking off a mega stream charity fundraiser event to benefit the children and families who are served by St. Jude's Children's Hospital. Last year, Lord Gazumba, you see him in chat there, he's kind of the founder of the feast. They've done this for 2 years. This is year 3. And they raised, I want to say, $2,500 last year. Our goal is $5,000. You should be able to see that along the bottom. We're already $780 toward that goal, so thank you to all the donors. We haven't even rolled the first die, and we're 15% of the way there. So I plan to go ahead and just raise the $5,000 this morning. So the rest of the streams, whatever, do your thing. It'll all be gravy. But yeah, we're going to have a blast. And we are hanging out in the Underdark. That was the theme decided upon by the powers that be. And so we're going to be doing dark things in dark places with dark people. So it's going to be a blast. I've learned a lot about the Underdark. So as a DM, this has been quite valuable. Yes. So what I want to do now is thanks for the host, Trollord Games. Appreciate that very much. Speaking of Trollord Games, Chuck and company over there were super kind enough to give us a really, really cool giveaway. And we'll start that giveaway here in a little bit. And at the end of the game, we're going to draw. And it's a collection of all the Crusader magazines. They publish a really cool RPG called Crusades and Castles, Castles and Crusades. And this they also publish a magazine with this. And you're going to get a giant PDF file with all the issues. So that's a really cool giveaway. So thank you to Trollord Games. And you're actually going to get to check out a game with them. I think they're in the number 3 slot today after Praetor's Rejects and then after us. So thanks to Chuck at Trollord Games for providing us with the giveaways. So super stoked about that. Thanks for the follow, City Guard of Hebron and Babunsky. Thank you for the host. Appreciate that. So what I want to do now that we've got kind of the why we're here business taken care of, I want to go around the table and introduce our players, and then we're going to kind of get you into the context of the game. I just posted the link where you can donate to St. Jude's. We'll continue to post that. But let's hear, first of all, from our players. And we're just going to go around the overlay here. We'll start upper left. So, Brother Barnabas, tell us a little bit about yourself.
So, my name is Rob. I'm playing Brother Barnabas. I am known in the community as Phantom NJ, and I am playing a level 7 half-orc monk. He is, this being Greyhawk, he is a half-orc monk of Palor. He joined the temple at a young age to try to overcome his anger issues. 5 days underground is kind of wearing on his nerves, and things might happen. We'll see.
Everything will be fine. Everything will be fine. All right, let's go across the top here. Eldarin.
Hi, my name is John. I'll be playing Eldan Imian, who is an elven rogue from Zeef. He's also got a little bit of magic. He's taken the arcane trickster path from the rogue options. As it comes about, he is also a seaman. He works in the Navy, but he's on leave right now to make money so he can get his own ship, so he can be the captain and tell everyone what to do. Looking forward to making a lot of money. He's finding it a little bit disconcerting down here, but he doesn't let it show because he likes to keep up a good front, be cheerful all the time.
Nice, and it's so easy to do in the Underdark to be cheerful all the time. Yes, of course it is. Very good. All right, let's go down one box down at Rost.
Hey, everybody. I'm Gideon, Giddy on the inside across the internet. And I'm playing Rost, the Protector ASMR Paladin. Basically, if Thor was combined with a Golden Retriever, that would be Rost. And she's just ready to punch, kick, and stab her way through the Underdark.
I mean, that seems ideal because, it's the Underdark and things may need to be punched, kicked, and stabbed. I mean, possibly. So, yeah, very good. All right.
Potential.
Last, and certainly not least, Dave.
Hey folks, I'm Hey Wilson on the internet. I'm playing Elvidar today. He is a fallen Aasimar to play off against the Protector Aasimar that started life as a ranger in the Underdark a bit. Didn't like things that go bump in the night and scare people, so undertook to bump back. Then discovered a new path in a blade. And so they became a Hexblade warlock and have advanced in their interests in that respect as well. Elvidar is unusual for an Aasimar because they look very strongly like a drow. Darker skin, pointed ears, very fine features, but they're a lot nicer than most drow. And they like the dark, and they don't like the sun that much. He doesn't like the sun that much. But he's at home right now and looking for something to kill.
You're in the right place. Excellent. Welcome back.
Currently.
All right. And again, I'm Wiley Hobbit. Going to be dungeon mastering, playing all the NPCs and monsters and things. I mean, assuming there are monsters. I mean, I can't guarantee it, but it could happen. So let's just do a little bit more housekeeping around donations. We'll be publishing the link where you can donate to St. Jude's. Please consider helping us out if you can. If you're not familiar with St. Jude's, they serve children and their families, and kids that are really, really sick and in a really bad way get to go there and get world-class, cutting-edge treatment based on research and awesomeness. And their families don't have to pay a thing. And oftentimes that includes travel and lodging while the children are being taken care of. So it's an incredible gift to the world. Danny Thomas, I believe, was the founder of that way back when. So if you've got, $2, $100, whatever you got, please consider pitching in for that. Get us to and beyond the goal of $5,000 over the next couple of days. That would be awesome. And it just makes me happy that we can play D&D, have a great time, end evil in the fantasy world, hopefully, and help kids and families in the real world. So also, along the lines of donations, I put in the chat, if you want to help the party, you could donate $3, and that gives the any of the players a reroll on a D20. You could donate $10, and all the players will get a reroll on a D20. If you donate $15, that gives a player an instant crit, which is kind of cool because in my game, a crit means max damage, then reroll any dice. So, and we do have a rogue in the party, and so imagine max damage on a sneak attack, and then they get to reroll their dice. So, Eldane is really hoping for some instant crits for sure. Not that you're going to need them. And then if you want to give the entire party an instant crit, $30 would get that done. So just indicate when you donate what that's all about, and I'll keep posting that in the chat. That's a lot to remember. You can also challenge the party. So every time the donation pool hits $50, and I'm going to cap this off twice just for DM manageability purposes, we'll drop an extra combat encounter on the party. So I might have some things cooked up. Possibly. And man, things are happening all of a sudden in the donation column. I got a couple nice donations. We're already up to $145 donated, so that puts us at our 2 encounter things if you wish, or that gets you some bonuses. So donors, Hey Wilson and Fellowship of the Tables, let us know what you want to do with those, and we will make it happen. Challenge for the party is one of them, so that's pretty cool. So woo, off we go. We're already almost to $1,000, so thank you so much. Big hearts on that. So let's get past the housekeeping and play D&D because we've only got 4 hours to get this done. So context, let me share with you a little bit of backstory. The whole theme of this thing is Underdark Rising, and oh boy, so we've hit both of our additional encounters. I'm looking at our donors in chat there, so thank you so much for doing that. Let me give you a little background here. This group of party members has been hanging out in an area in Greyhawk, the western side of the Azure Sea. off of Jekyll Bay. There's a port named Sassarine, and it's actually a port in a county or a political subdivision. And they've been there for several months, and they've been pulled together by a group of politicians, merchants, nobles, military officials. And this group has formed a trade consortium called the Fundraiser Sassarine Consortium. And they just want to trade for profits with merchants all over. Being a port on the Azure Sea gives them access to much of Greyhawk, much of the Orth, as it were. But they want to differentiate themselves from other trade groups in having the most rare and amazing antiquities and relics and raw gems and minerals and things. So they've put this group together for what they've termed a very quiet exploratory mission. They're sending them up into the Hell Furnaces mountain range, which is west of Sassarine. The group has a map. They've learned of an opening into the Underorth, as they call it in Greyhawk, which is the Underdark. The party's been on the road about 2 weeks. They topped off some foodstuffs and lots of dried provisions about 3 days into the trip at Kessel Raken, and they are actually in the Underdark. They're in what we call the shallows, the upper levels, and they've been in there for about 4 days. They're supposed to try to map some things out in this Underdark, landmarks, caves, tunnels, creatures, encounters, just gather information, inventory and collect any spectacular items along the way, objects of value, antiquities. Note the location of any veins of metals or pockets of gems. Each party member was given a bag of holding with which to collect items, and Eldane actually has a spell scroll with the spell Identify, which could be cast once daily and can be used for multiple objects. But the scroll has to be returned to the Fennoir Sassarine Consortium. Maybe a little tongue-in-cheek, but they suggested, if possible, make friends with anyone in the Underdark for the purpose of establishing trade and so forth. But it's the Underdark, so make friends probably isn't really a thing. And in all capital letters, don't tell anyone where you're going or why you're going there. Do not show the map to anyone. On the way up there, they've run across ogres, bugbears, wolves, hill giants. They've already collected a few items and some coin. It took them almost 2 weeks to get into the Underdark, and they've been in the Underdark for 4 days. The only thing of real interest they've discovered so far, which is a little shocking, is the fact that it's only been one real encounter, and that was a deceased adventuring party they came across yesterday. There was 5 skeletons, all equipped, probably been there for quite some time as they were, dusty and dry and quite dead. But they did find a beautiful orcish-made short sword, very rare blade indeed, 2 potions of greater healing, a cloak of protection that looks to be of elven make, and additionally, a couple of +2 throwing knives. You would stat block them as daggers, and the +2 only applies to using them as a ranged weapon. They did map a small cave complex that had, it was like 4 little interconnected little caverns, had veins of mithril, some pockets of emeralds, and they hid the entrance with rubble and large rocks so that they could, have it be found later. A bit of background on the Underorth, the Underdark. It is widely believed that the god Torog, the king that crawls, carved out much of the Underdark in his rampage while imprisoned underground. Smashing sideways here and there, creating wide passages as he thrashed his way through the bedrock of the world, Torog carved out the passages which became known as the King's Highway. His rampage left psychic residue in these passages, creatures passing along these wide corridors, the King's Highway anywhere from 50 to 200 feet wide in places. They can detect and echo a psychological internal agony that still imbues the very rock of the Underdark, reverberating with his mental anguish from this thrashing about that, created the Underdark. There's this pale red stone mineral in places in the Underdark. In the shallows, it's known as God's Dream, and it's imbued with mighty power. The energy from Torog's rampage and his anguish, the energy that it's imbued in this God's Dream mineral, provides the certainty of an incredible blow against a foe in battle, if it can be enchanted into weapons and so forth. But it comes with a price. And so that is where we will begin our tale as the party finds themselves wandering about in the darkness of the Underdark, experiencing some of the almost, what's the word? Disconcerting effects of travel in the Underdark for a period of time, emotional, psychological effects that begin to kick in, paranoia. Perhaps you've heard a thing that the sound came from over there, but it feels like it came from over here. Angsty emotional reactions when you're not normally accustomed to all sorts of lovely things. So, yes, there we begin. You find yourselves in a section of the King's Highway. It's obviously quite dark. It's hard to tell how much of this is traveled. There are no signs of life thus far today. What's odd about this surface is it's deeply gouged, uneven, spotted here and there with red and black in the dark gray, almost like crusted blood. And you've noticed if you step upon it at times, it goes damp. It becomes wet and it sticks to your feet. And you leave prints in this reddish substance. It's not everywhere all the time, but it happens, and you've kind of started to notice it here and there. And you see other dried prints. They maybe go off down a side tunnel here and there. All of you have dark vision, correct?
Mm-hmm.
That's probably pretty handy. The blood-covered scars of Torog's passage through these caverns are marked with gouges and pockets, and you've even found like little gobs and globules of like stinking, fetid, almost like pus in the walls, dripping from the ceiling. It's gnarly. Sleep has not been easy because you lack the circadian rising and setting of the sun or the stars, whichever you're most attuned with. It's usually a few hours. You post-watch. It's restless. And you're on edge. And that is where we'll begin. I'll hand it over now to the party.
Well, as we're walking, Rost is going to continue singing 99 bottles of meat on the wall. 99 bottles of meat. Come on, you guys know the lyrics. Come on.
Father Barnabas is taken to poking at everything with his quarterstaff, not trusting the ground he walks upon, not trusting the sanity of the ever-singing Azamar. Not trusting his own sanity at this point. He's become rather sullen and quiet. Not that he was all that talkative in the first place. Yeah. A lot of grumbling.
Aldean generally goes ahead of the rest of the party a little ways, in full stealth mode and looking about for traps and secret doors and hidden enemies, so that he can report back to the party if he finds anything that's going to cause a problem.
Okay. Most of what you found, Eldain, are, bulgy-eyed little rodent-y things that'll scuttle off, or spiders, centipedes, all kind of gnarly things. You've seen a few of these tracks, they may be drag marks, they may be a sort of a bipedal footprint, stepping in that little bit of ichor here and there. But it's all quiet, which in and of itself, at first it was a relief. But as you've gone into this, it's become more of a concern that it's so quiet. Yeah. We'll leave it at that.
Well, Aldane will dutifully report back that he's dispatched everything that would be a problem, so we don't have to worry about it too much. And he'll keep heading back every once in a while to check on the party, make sure they're still there. Although he can generally hear the the singing paladin. Tries to be far enough ahead that that will give him some advantage as far as surprise goes on anyone else.
Yeah. In all of this, Elvidar is largely to the rear of the group, trying to keep a rear watch because the Underdark is uncommon and not everything, unkind, I should say, and doesn't always come at you from head on. But ghosts along the length of the party's traversal to check in on Eldane as well, just back and forth because he's at home and quite comfortable in this, but wants to make sure that everyone is safe. Doesn't necessarily let anyone know that he's going by because it's his way. He's a hermit, but just ghosts back and forth along the traversal of the party, keeping an eye on the rear, bow in hand, relying on the potential warm feeling that comes from his longbow to warn him of any impending danger in the near area.
Sure. And you've seen things, and by things I mostly mean eyes or shadows, appear now and then, sort of following you. But from your time in the Underdark, Elvidar, you recognize that they see you, and the lights extinguish, the eyes extinguish, and they vanish.
Elvidar can see quite well in the dark as well, and has a very long range. It's 150 foot dark vision. So, and he's a hunter. So he will do things to make the little things skitter away and steer clear of the party, even as maybe some of the more minor ones that might be an encounter come along and just give them a little brush to remind them that they too are mortal and not alone in the dark.
So Barnabas's eyes keep flitting about as he keeps trying to track Elfidar, and he finds it really disconcerting that he just seems to disappear from his vision in and out, including his dark vision, which freaks him out even more. And grumbles under his breath, you want the sun now. Where's the sun? Not liking this.
Oh, come on, it's not that bad. The sun's like, we know it's that way, right? And she just points up.
Can't see it. Not good.
And Elvidar will just lean on Rost for a moment and say, "Are you sure it's that way?" And then flit off.
I'd be very concerned if it wasn't that way, because usually when things fall, they go that way. Right?
Things do get a little confusing down here.
Ross is going to pick up a rock and just drop it to make sure that gravity is still functional.
It seems to function nicely.
Yeah, no, pretty sure sun's the opposite way, so we're good.
At which point, Barnabas just pats a little pouch at his side, and he seems to be just trying to verify that something is there.
Yeah. It's
Oh, crap. I lost track of the song. What number are we at?
One. We are at one.
You got
We're
through
at
the
the last bottle of meat on the wall.
Oh, but that just means we start over.
I thought we were going to play I Spy with My Little Eye. Something that begins with 6 eyes.
I don't like that game. It gives me the willies.
You've been on the road, and you were alerted to this notion of the King's Highway in your information with the consortium. They told you to find it because it will get you places. It's kind of the main thoroughfares, the crossings of the Underdark. And you've been on this King's Highway this morning for maybe just half an hour or so as you trudge along. And again, Eldane is up front and out of view, scouting along, as has become sort of customary.
Do you think we're gonna find anything big to stab today? I hope so.
Well, there may be purple worms about.
Why
Okay.
purple?
I don't know. Probably the coloration they get from being in the mud around here.
Ooh. It's a good color. More worms should be purple.
They're also very large.
Like, and she like holds out her hands about a foot apart, like that big?
Keep going. Bigger. At least 10 feet, I think.
Ooh.
Those are big.
Are they vicious? Do they have teeth? Can I stab them?
They may eat you.
I'd like to see them try.
I'd like to see them try as well.
You just have so much faith in me, Barnabas.
Well, I have to.
Well, so far nothing's been following us, and it's just a bunch of bug-eyed creatures in the dark. I think we're making too much noise. No one wants to approach.
You see. Perfect strategy. The sound has never failed me. Except that one time we were ambushed. But other than that, never fails.
Well, an ambush is always possible.
True.
Hold up,
True.
everybody. Eldain has come back. You may notice up there we've got a very large stalactite right in the middle of the cavern. Runs almost all the way up to the ceiling, and it's pretty far up there.
Indeed.
More than 50 feet for sure. Just want to make sure we're all ready in case there's some kind of an ambush up there. Things jumping from above.
Ooh, we could blow it up.
The road you're on kind of narrows a little bit, and by road again, I just mean the King's Highway, as described earlier. But it pours into a large cavern that Eldain has referred to. It's so big, it's hard to see for sure all the way across, but for the phosphorescent kind of glow that is here and there on some of the walls, some of the floor. It's all stone rock. It looks like natural cavern, but you've seen this phosphorescent glow before. It's kind of this. In this case, it's a sort of a greenish tinge. It comes from some sort of moss or fungi on the walls and the ceiling. But what is most noticeable is exactly as Eldain described, as a huge stalagmite in the center of the cavern. And as you begin to look at it, it's almost like, are there lights coming from inside? Are those windows? Openings? And so you find yourself at the edge of this vast cavern. You can't really see all the way across very clearly to determine distance. You know, the best of you has the 150-foot dark vision, and it's well beyond that. What would you like to do?
Start looking for signs of activity. If there's lights and windows, possibly there must be some kind of action happening on the ground around it. Just start examining the area and seeing if there's any signs of life, as it were.
Okay. Roll perception. Are you all going to go ahead and enter the cavern, or are you going to try to do this from where you stand at the entrance?
Elvidar will stealth in as well, just to look around.
Staying in stealth mode, Eldain will slink up there as well.
Okay.
And Barnabas will stealth in as well.
Rost will just kind of mosey on in. I think she's trying to be stealthy. Maybe.
So 18 on stealth if you need it. And
Yeah, let's go ahead and get those for sure, stealth rolls.
22 on perception.
19 on stealth for Rost, who's only trying a little bit to be sneaky.
22 on stealth for Barnabas, and did you need perception roll for him as well?
If you're trying to look around, absolutely. Yep.
Yeah, that didn't go so well. I got a 3 total on perception. I blame the Animar.
Aldean rolled a natural 1 for his stealth roll.
Yeah, Rost is gonna loudly whisper to Aldain, "We're trying to be sneaky."
Aldean's like, God damn it, I need a drink. All that talk of bottles.
Yeah, and as you,
Barnabas pauses and closes his eyes.
Eldain, as you try to be stealthy, you find yourself slipping off of a firm bit of stone and into what must be some kind of pool of water or something, just maybe shin deep, but it's really, really cold, and you made quite a loud splash when you did that. Those other than the monk who have been perceiving, you notice around the floor of this cavern, it's mostly rough stone, but there look like to be areas that have been cultivated like gardens. There are rows of myconids sprouting here and there, and strange, as you move about, you can see these strange, like gnarly root vegetables that must subsist on this phosphorescent light. A couple of what look to be subterranean vegetable gardens. And Rost and Eldain, you hear a strange, distant murr, murr.
Oh, I know what that is.
Murr. And you do see some rather large shadows, kind of in one side of the cavern, milling about, kind of clumped together.
Rothay. Elvidar will ghost back to the party and say, we are definitely in some kind of civilization. Those are Rotha over there, Underdark cattle. There may be Drow about.
Oh, awesome. Well, we are supposed to be diplomatic first. I know. But
I think we can make an exception for Drow.
come on, they're not all that bad.
They're not all that good either.
Look, I'm the first one to want to stab people, right? But I'm also the first one that knows we got a job, so we should probably try diplomacy.
You do also hear, as you mill about, and you're kind of going east to west through this cavern, by your best reckoning, to the right, kind of the north end of the cavern, where you hear the mooing of the Rotha. You also hear the comforting, peaceful sounds of what sounds to be a small waterway, like a little stream or a brook, kind of roiling and babbling through as you get closer. And as you look at the base of this stalagmite, you notice there's a huge door that's been cut into the stone. The door is of the same material as the stone, and it looks like there's a huge obsidian knocker at the center of the door.
How far away is the stalagmite from where we're standing?
From the edge of that entrance to the cavern, it's probably a good 100 feet or so, in kind of right in the center. And it's all gnarly and twisty. And you can see how it just dripped down over the centuries, the calcium. It's kind of, widest at the bottom, and it's roughly narrower as it goes up. It's made of the same dark gray stone. Go ahead.
Aldean will start moving ahead, holding his hand up to have everyone else stay back. And we'll take a look at the 10 feet or so in front of the door for any kind of a pit trap or anything like that on the floor.
Okay.
And then if he doesn't find anything there, he'll move ahead, search for any kind of trap that might be involved in the knocker, the hinges, at any other visible part of the door. And then if he doesn't find anything there, he'll motion everyone ahead.
Very well. Go ahead and roll your attempt to check for traps. And thank you for the donation, Indicarus.
You're welcome.
Would you like to? We've got our challenge. The party met, so if you want to give somebody a instant crit or some bonuses that way, I'll put that in the chat to help the party.
All right. Well, that was me, so I'm going to give it to myself.
Nice.
Saving up for that.
All right,
that
so
boat.
you have an instant crit at your disposal. How did you roll on your search for traps? And what it is it approaches the door, it's actually some of that calcite that's formed, and it's made almost like natural steps that go up maybe just 8 feet up to the door.
Rolled a 27 on the investigation check.
Yeah, so you look and you feel and you find no seams, no little, you tap looking for like maybe a pressure plate. Nothing appears to be trapped or a pit or any sort of situation like that.
All right, everybody. It looks safe, at least to approach. Do you want me to open the door first, or do you want to wait till we're all here?
Perhaps we should knock.
Does everyone want to be here when I knock?
Oh,
Yeah.
can I do it?
Absolutely. And Eldane will step back so as to be about 20 feet away when the door is knocked on.
All right. No, go ahead.
I was going to say, Elvidar is going to flank 20 feet off to the left and cover behind us with his bow.
You guys are not being very friendly.
This
I'm
is
going-
Underdark.
Barnabas is going to give Ross some space, just so that if something heroic has to happen, Ross gets first shot at it.
All right,
Back about 10 feet.
Ross. I grab the knocker and I just vigorously start tapping with it.
So you knock upon the
Oh,
door. Nice. And as quiet and close as it is in here, the knock makes a sort of a startling, loud sound, because it's you're trying to be all sneaky and it's quiet. Yeah. It remains quiet for maybe 20, 30 of the longest, most angst-ridden seconds you've experienced in a while. And the door opens silently, and a glow is behind the door. Looks like maybe sort of a common space. And in the door is a figure, maybe 5'7", 5'8", dark cloak, like a cowl with a cape behind it over dark robes. And an elven figure stands in the doorway, unmistakably elven, handsome, incredibly male, charismatic features, sharp eyes, pointed ears. The hood on the cowl is back, holding a metal staff in one hand, and a smile, shock of white hair, all pulled back tight, kind of some spills over a shoulder. Welcome to my home. I am Drenas the Exiled. Please, won't you all come in? And he steps back.
Ooh. Sure thing. Question.
Yes, of course.
Why do you live here?
Well, he looks around, almost aghast that you would ask. It's beautiful gardens. I have all I need. Come in. Let's have some breakfast. It's early.
I'm just gonna look back at my friends and be like, hey guys, come on, we got food.
Yeah. Elvidar will go back toward the doorway.
As will Eldane.
Greetings.
Barnabas
Good morning.
spends a moment listening to his stomach and then realizing the party is going to go in anyway, grumbles softly and follows them.
Well met, strangers. Please, come in. Yes, won't you? And he steps back very dexterously, smoothly, and just holds the door open and kind of motions for you all to enter.
Aldean will be watching where he steps and make sure that when he goes in, he steps in exactly the same places.
Okay.
It could get awkward because you can end up standing in front of them.
Sort of like, walk this way. So yeah, he'll close the door and lead you into, and it's an open common room. There's a spiral-looking staircase that goes around the wall and disappears up into the ceiling. But there is a hearth on the far wall. There's a fire in the hearth. There's a kettle over the fire. There are a couple of tables, some workspace. On another side of the room, you see like higher tables and a stool with papers and such arranged, and it just looks like a home, very much so. There's a door that goes into. It looks like it's had like a wall's been constructed, so maybe some sort of a closet or a pantry. Please, take a seat. I was just about to saute some mushrooms and have toast. Would anyone like coffee or tea?
Coffee would be good.
Coffee.
It's early.
Yes.
Oh yes, coffee. I'm a big fan. I discovered it at Crazy Akim's Coffee House in Zero Zeef. Amazing stuff.
Ah, Zeef. Yes, indeed. What else would the rest of you like to have? Coffee, tea, mead, perhaps? A little early, but...
Ooh, is
Ross
it?
has been singing mead all day.
Yes.
Me,
In fact,
me,
skip the
me.
coffee. Let's get started.
Very well, mead it is. And he hustles over and goes into that pantry as you all seat yourselves around the... it's a nice carved wooden table, probably could seat 8 or 10. Just beautiful chairs around it. Simple, but nice. It's very clean, tidy. The workspace looks a little... there's a few stacks, papers, tomes, things of that nature here and there. Yeah. So he goes and gets some mead and some mugs and serves you. Let me make yourselves comfortable. I will prepare the breakfast of the mushrooms and the toast. And he goes over to the fire and begins to put. He has like a large kind of cast iron, almost like a Dutch oven, that he's got hanging in the fire, and he tends to that. So, how long have you all been in the Underdark?
Too long. Oh, wait. Sorry.
I believe we've been 6 days now, 5 days.
Oh. How are you getting along? He kind of turns around and smiles.
Pretty well. Still
We're
the
having a
same-
lot of fun.
Same numbers we've had. I think some of my colleagues are going a little stir crazy. I don't know why.
To be expected.
They're not used to the dark.
We need to learn a few new songs for the trail. That's the main thing.
No. Look, consistency is key with show tunes and travel music.
Well, it's true, but I've been shipboard for a long time, and we have at least 80 shanties that we rotate between. It doesn't always have to be 99 beers on the wall.
I miss the silence of the monastery. He just shakes his head.
Oh, you're no fun.
I don't understand monks, but do your own thing.
So in just a twinkling, he sets plates out, like stoneware, crockery type plates, and sets out a crock of some sort of buttery-ish looking spread. All the various items. He's got toast on the table. He lays out these this Dutch oven, this Dutch oven of very earthy, thyme and oniony smelling, sautéed mushrooms, very savory, very delicious smelling. And he starts to put a serving on each plate. Please help yourselves. Of course, say whatever blessing or prayer you must before you eat. And he sits and grows quiet for a moment. And then he starts eating.
Well, Vidar will eat politely and then start digging in once he figures out that it's not going to kill him.
Barnabas sniffs everything and then watches Elvidar to make sure that he doesn't drop over dead. And then we'll start to eat.
He smiles. I assure you, I mean you no harm. I'm don't get many visitors here, of course, so it's good to meet you all.
Yeah, Rost has already finished all of her food at this point. Yeah. It is just like inhaling the mead.
I hope you. My table is simple, but I hope you find it nourishing and probably the best you've had in some time, given where you are. And it is. I mean, it's really good. It's, you've been living off of dried bread, crusty bread, dried meat, dried cheeses, trail food. Yeah. Again, I did not get your names. I am Drenos the Exiled, and he looks at Rost, the most talkative. And you are?
I'm Rost, just Rost, the amazing paladin of glory. You might have heard of me, maybe. I kind of go around, solving problems. Do you have any problems that need solving? Because that's what we do.
Funny you should mention that. Perhaps we'll get to
Yes.
that. And he looks over at Elvidar. And you, my friend?
My name is Elvidar. Like you, I enjoy the simple life of quietude. So I can appreciate your homestead here, although I must admit it is rather unusual to find a solitary outpost in the Underdark. I'm a hunter. And while I don't necessarily agree with Rost as a problem solver, we can certainly help if you have something that troubles you.
Well, we will get to that for sure. His eyes kind of light up. It's well met. And it's not so much an outpost as just my home. Yes. He looks at Brother Barnabas.
Indeed.
And you?
I am Barnabas. Well, thank you for the food. Nuts, it says. I miss the sun. This is not to my liking. No offense.
None taken, and I'm not surprised. Surface folk do struggle with the Underdark, yes. And then he looks to
My name is Eldain Alzazif.
Yeah.
And yes, I'm a race in the Royal Navy of His Glorious Potentate Murad the Proud, Sultan of Zif. I've come here to make some money for the campaigns in the West.
Well, you can certainly find riches beyond imagination in the Underdark, should you survive to collect them, of course. Zif, you say? The
Eldain
Navy.
is totally lying as well.
The Potentate. Well, that's impressive. So, as I mentioned, I'm Drenos the Exiled. I've been exiled, as you may guess, from my city, Evoth Lened, the great Drow city, leagues and leagues from here. And so here I am, far from home, and frankly, happily so.
Well, it's a pleasure to meet you, sir. And thank you for the repast.
Oh, of course, yes. You must be weary and edgy from your travels underground, I'm sure.
Oh, we're
Barnabas
doing
grunts once
fine.
more.
Eldain starts to pound back the mead. I'm not sure if he's offered a refill after he has the first one, but he drinks it rather quickly.
Yeah. So he'll notice this like any good host, right? And get up and refill. Do take care. You wish to have your faculties about you here. You cannot trust much in the Underdark, particularly if you run across any of my kinfolk. So you must have your full faculties. And he refills your mugs.
Well, I'm really immune to the hard effects of alcohol, so I don't worry too much about it.
Oh.
I'll keep my faculties all the same. Thank you.
That is a shame. Yes. Sorry to hear that. And he kind of raises his glass in a sort of a toast to your alcohol immunity. And it's not a particularly strong mead. It's just a good, hearty. It's mushroom based, as pretty much everything down here is. But it's good.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he will try to slow down, but he eventually will forget about that and start keeping up the drinking very quickly until he gets full. It sounds like this is a very filling beverage.
Yeah, it's definitely quite hearty. So I'm curious, what brings you this way?
Oh, well, just exploring, really. Looking out for anything that could make us a little money in the surface world. The surface world has got its own trade consortium set up and all that. We thought we'd strike out on our own, see if there's any money to be made in the Underdark, the Under-Earth, I should say.
You definitely notice when he says, rare, or when you say like rare things, money to be made. He definitely kind of his eyebrows shoot up. Oh, so you say, well, I may be able to be of some assistance along those lines. Yes, and perhaps,
that would be most excellent.
Perhaps in return you could be of some assistance to me.
At your service. Tell us what we can do. Maybe we'll do it.
Well, first of all, you've done me a world of good just with your friendly company. Most people, it pays not to trust people and creatures in the Underdark, of course, and so I thank you for being suspicious but kind, and I appreciate that. Being here by myself doesn't happen often. But there is... I could use some help. One moment, just a moment. He kind of jumps up and he scutters over to the work table, and he's kind of looks through some things and pulls out a big thick roll of parchment and holds up a kind of a leather-bound tome, blows a little dust off of it. I have a book, and I've been doing some research. As you know, the Underdark was created by the king that crawls, Torog, and there are supposed to be pockets of this mineral, this God's dream, this remnant of his strife and angst and suffering that he experienced underground while imprisoned. And well, I have a map. Let me show you. And he comes over and he unfurls this old, thick, almost like so thick it's almost like cloth type material, like parchment type material. And you see this network of caverns and tunnels and things. And he points to off the map where we are here. My cavern, my home is here, which is not on the map. And he kind of traces with his finger, and it crosses, through caverns and over a few little bridges and, across chasms and pools of, water and something. And he points out this large cavern across the map, and it's marked with like red streaks and splotches. This Torog's teeth is where I need help getting there. The Underdark is no place for a single individual to travel far alone, as I'm sure you must know. And so if you could help me reach Torog's teeth, there's a number of large veins of this God's dream that I would like to avail myself of, and you as well could then get some very valuable on the surface, I assure you. Has strong magical properties for enchanting weapons, enabling you to be much more lethal and much more efficient with your kills.
Barnabas looks at the map and, not even bothering to finish swallowing his food, asks, How far? How far is this? Go?
Good, very good question. Yes, by my reckoning, we could be there in a day's time. We just need to carefully follow the trail here on the map. I could lead us there. I can't go by myself. I don't know that I would survive the perils.
That sounds quite excellent. Eldain will pull out the map that he's been making as we've gone along, and see how it compares to what he's got on his map. As far as the parts that have already been mapped out, does it seem accurate?
This map that he's got doesn't match anything. Craniodad. Wow, good to see you, my friend. It's been a long time. Thank you so much for all that subbing and stuff. Big Hobbit hugs at you, my dude. But the map that he's showing you, there's nothing you've mapped that matches his map. And in fact, it goes off beyond the cavern. So it's in a direction that you've not been yet.
All right. We haven't really found anything that's too top secret to put on our map, right? So I want to be careful about not showing him anything that we've already staked as far as mining goes or whatever. But I'd like to show him part of the map that I've drawn out and say, well, where would we be in relation to this? I'm finding ourselves right here. On your map, how far from here is that? And do we have to go around this way? And he'll try and get into the little details about it.
Yes, let me see. I see. Oh, you come down through the hell furnaces. Yes, okay. So what is it you wish to know again? It's like he spaced out for a minute while he was typing in chat.
Oh, I just want to see where this leads. If we're starting here, I'd like to prepare my map so that I'll be ready to get into these spots. I want to make sure how the scale is and
I see, yes.
what this distance here is.
Okay,
what does
yes.
this mean here on the map? And he'll ask some detailed questions and try to copy bits very, very lightly onto his map, because until he's seen it, he doesn't necessarily believe in this map.
Right.
Or the accuracy of this map.
He seems a little nervous about when he's watching very closely what you're copying. Perhaps you would map along as we go. This map, it took me some doing to get it. I'm a little nervous about just sharing. I'll bring you there with me, but it looks like, based on what you've mapped, this would be your 5th day. Would that be correct? Since you left the surface. Your scale is good, and this map would be perhaps, and he kind of holds his map up, a bit more detailed at a tighter scale. While it looks vast compared to your map, it's actually at a tighter scale. So there's only about a day or so of travel from here where we are now, and he points again off the map, kind of to the south end of the map, to where we would find the Torag's teeth.
Excellent. All right. Well, then it would look something like this, and I assume. And Eldain will use his cantrip of minor illusion to make sort of a combination of the two maps with a little 3D thrown in. So we'll be looking like, in about a day's travel, we'll have something like that, right?
Yes, that would be about right. Yes. In fact, if we were to depart after breakfast, we would be there by supper time, perhaps.
Well, would you allow me to confer with my compatriots privately before we accept your offer?
Oh, of course, yes. By all means, of course.
All right. So does he leave, or should we go out ourselves to a private alcove in his home?
He gets up from the table and begins to clear things away. This thing is a good 50 feet around. If you wish, I could go upstairs for a time while you talk, if that would make you more comfortable.
Thank you very much. That would be very appropriate.
So he begins to ascend the stairway and goes up into what you would assume would be the next level of the stalagmite.
Well, what do you say, friends? It sounds like this would be exactly what we need. Perhaps too exactly what we need. He hasn't poisoned us, but I'm sure he's not saying everything he needs to.
Best case scenario, there's stuff that we get to kill on the way. Worst case scenario, we
Stuff
get there
to
and
kill on the way.
no. Worst case scenario is this guy turns out to be evil and we get to kill him. So either way, let's do it.
Let's assume that maybe we've made a friend and go from
Or-
there.
I'm not crazy about going another day deeper, but we haven't found much yet, so
Yes,
This
and we
seems
are
to
to
be the
find
best shot.
mining possibilities. That was one of our biggest agendas, and he seems to be offering exactly that. If we can get our hands on those mining rights, it would help the new consortium out a lot, and we would make some money. I say we do it, but let's be on the lookout for betrayal.
Indeed. Well,
Oh, always on the lookout.
he is one. We are four. So let's see. Let's go with this and see. I'm
All right.
fairly sure we can be safe.
I'll call up loudly then. All right, thank you. We've made our decision. Please come down.
It's a few minutes before you hear or see anything, and then you see him kind of lean down through the opening. Is it okay to return?
Of course, yes. We have decided to aid you.
Very well.
Very much looking forward
these
to
are-
seeing these minerals you've talked about.
These are glad tidings. Indeed, I've been hoping to find a way for some time to get there safely. So, if you are ready, he comes down and he's got a pack with him as well. Let us go forth and find Torag's teeth. Yes.
Excellent. I'll put my pack on as well and get up from the table, have a last swig of the mead.
I'm so grateful. You learn to trust very few people, creatures in the Underdark, especially, I must say, it's painful for me to say this, but of course, never trust a drow, right? Always good surface advice, I'm sure you've heard, particularly from Evoth Linnet, treacherous, the house of Inlildil, the matron mother who exiled me. Just if you ever encounter drow from Evoth Linnet, never trust. And he seems every time he brings
that would be
this
a good
up.
thing to know.
Yes. Every time he mentions this,
Are
to
there
me,
any
just
drow?
seems angsty about that whole, bitter about that whole exile business.
Every time he brings it up, Barnabas just keeps getting reminded that he's a drow and probably should not be trusted.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Eldan will ask him, do you know of any drow outposts nearby that we should be wary of? Or any other outposts, Duergar, what have you?
There are no drow outposts here. I would not be here if there were. By exile, I also mean I'm hiding from them. They will kill me if they find me.
What did you do?
They were not in favor of my practices, my magic and things, and so
Oh.
I had to leave or be killed.
So, if Drow are really sketchy and evil, and even they were like, yo, this is bad, what did you do?
I don't fit in with the practices and the community there, the city there. They do not approve of my magics. I'm a wizard.
What are your views on slavery?
Not a fan.
He says. Eldain will salute him for that. Me neither. There's a lot of slavery where I come from, and that's why I hit the high seas.
It is an evil that must be eliminated. Some people, they resent skill and excellence, and the particularly the women of the city. They resented me. They envy my prowess. They sought to crush it, really. And if it goes against their way of thinking, of course, then you understand. I had to leave.
Well, if anyone wants to crush you now, they'll have to go through Rost first.
I will be doing all of the crushing.
Well, this is good. Let us be on our way then. And he leads you from the tower. Closes the door, locks it with what looks to be kind of an ornate iron key. And he begins to lead you northward through the gardens, past the grazing subterranean cattle, the rota, and out. And you've discovered now, walking through this cavern, it's got to be at least 300 feet across from where you entered. And you venture on your way northward into you leave the dull, kind of calming glow of the phosphorescent mosses and lichens, and you re-enter the absolute darkness of Underdark.
All right, I'll go back to the way I was before. Eldain will scout ahead and try and be in earshot, but not in close shot of everybody else.
Okay, and he's gonna walk in front. He currently doesn't have the map out, but he's following along, clearly paying attention to what he's doing and following along.
Is he sporting that iron staff? Like, is he making tapping noises, or is he quiet?
He's walking with it, but it's nothing. He's walking confidently, as if he's in a place he's been before.
Right. Good enough. Elvinar will be doing the rear guard and staying out of sight and line of vision, watching for anything behind us.
Fair enough. I'm
gonna take a deep breath in and start singing.
So I have a basic marching order of Drenas, Eldan, who would be next then? I know Elvidar will take up the rear.
Well, I guess Barnabas then.
Barnabas?
Definitely.
And then Rust. Okay. So you travel for about an hour. When Eldan, you notice first that Drenas has stopped and he's kind of consulting the map, looking. There's kind of a choice here to take. The tunnels kind of fork, and he heads off to the right. And then after maybe 10-15 minutes, he holds up a hand to stop everyone. Okay, here we must be very careful. There's a bridge ahead, and he kind of points on the map, and you see a chasm that crosses your trail, and it looks to be a very narrow stone bridge. And sure enough, you just go a little bit further, and you see just a thin tendril of stone that stretches across the black abyss. Very dark. Looks like, you can't see bottom, but you hear this faint kind of rumbling, low thrumming. The bridge is wide enough to cross single file comfortably, but there are places where it seems to be even narrower than that. And occasionally you hear what sounds like maybe a stone or something falling, releasing. This is one of the scars of Torog as he rampaged through the earth, creating the Underdark, I'm sure. So what I'll do is I'm going to put the party in initiative order based on your marching order. So Drenos, Eldan, Barnabas, Rost, Elvadar. The bridge is about 150 feet across. You can tell that easily, Elvadar. Drenos points it out on the map. Are we ready?
I think it would be a good idea for us to use this rope, and he pulls out 50 feet of silk rope, to tie ourselves together for the narrower passages here. If anyone were to fall, I'm sure that Ross could hold us up.
Naturally.
Assuming it isn't Rust that falls.
Oh, don't worry. I can fly.
There you are.
I would be fine with this. Yes, let's fashion. I'd be happy to take the lead.
All right. Eldain will put together some amazing sailor's knots and string them out between us, keeping us. He has 50 feet of silk rope and 50 feet of hempen rope, and he's going to tie them together so we have enough slack that we can keep it at least a good 15 feet between us if we need to.
Yeah. I'd say that's easily accomplished. And so you get the party all tied together. One goes, we all go. Not a problem. Should be fine. Just kidding. A little DM humor there. I guess for this game, I should probably share with you my beverage cup. Just since we're in the Underdark and stuff, thought I might just bring that out for today.
I'm very familiar with that mug.
Okay, are we ready to cross?
Absolutely.
Okay. He rolls up the map, stuffs it down inside his robe. And he sets out across the bridge. I assume that the party just wants to make walking speed.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So you begin to cross slowly and carefully. Again, it's wide enough to be comfortable, but there are places where the bridge is so narrow that you almost have to heel toe it, 1 foot right in front of the other, carefully. It's narrow. So far, so good. Not a problem. You make your way, and again, you hear the occasional dropping of a rock, that low kind of thrumming. And again, even for Elvadar, who has that 150 feet of dark vision, you can't see anything that resembles a bottom. It's just chasm walls all the way down.
Yes. I assume up as well. I guess
Yes.
It's probably a huge rift.
Yes, it's a huge rift that does go up and beyond into the ceiling. You are correct. Anything anyone's doing as you
More
cross the
importantly,
bridge?
how far is it down to the bottom?
You can't see.
Can't see.
Yeah. No way you can see down there.
No, I'm asking him. I'm not
Oh,
looking.
I see.
Does he?
He shrugs. I couldn't tell you. Beyond the reach of time, perhaps. It's hard to say.
All right. Let's slow it down a bit then, lads.
We'll be fine. Don't worry. I'm sure it can't be that far.
You may find out. Elvidar's looking around as well, being very aware of his surroundings. Just head's almost gimbaling around. He's trying to keep the 360 in view.
Go ahead and roll perception for me, Elvidar.
Yeah, not bad. 23.
Yeah, you definitely hear, as you listen, you're careful, you hear almost like the flapping of wings, the gnashing of teeth, and then it's gone. And another round passes. And another round. And you're 3-4 rounds into this. And as you hear this again, it's much closer, Elvidar.
Okay.
And you begin to see movement from below you. Something is flying up
from
to you.
beneath.
Yes. So as you all kind of probably stop and tense a little bit, perhaps ready weapons, you see Drainos. What is it? And he looks down, and all at once you see a number of huge mosquito-like creatures fluttering up around the party. And they're pecking at you and trying to, bite or perhaps impale you with their rather pronounced proboscis. Would that be the plural for proboscis?
Sure.
I think so.
Would Elvidar have had a chance to get a shot or two off at them as they approach?
Sure, go ahead. I think that's fair.
All right. Action. It is. He's starting to thrum away with his longbow, so that's 150-foot range. So we'll start at the 150-foot mark and just work their way up toward us.
Okay.
25.
That'll hit.
I hope so. Otherwise, these are Sturges with a far better AC than mine. So that's 11 damage.
Okay, so you knock one down. It's gone.
All right. So how many shots would I get off over that 150-foot range that I've got?
I would say 3.
Supplies? Okay. And second shot is a 23.
It's a hit.
Which hits. And, nice, 12 damage. And for the third shot... Yeah, we'll keep doing the bow. I was thinking of something else, but we'll do the bow. Boom. Not bad. 26.
That'll hit.
Joys of having a longbow and a specialty.
Nice.
For another 11 points of damage.
Okay, so you've erased 3 of these things quite handily. So you see, if anybody kind of turns, you see Elvidar, pew, pew, kind of a la Legolas with his bow, picking these things. They look like big bats or mosquitoes with their webbed, clawed little feet, clawed little hands, big proboscis, kind of a furry head. And they're just all around you, pecking and trying to get at you. And so I'm going to need each party member to roll a dex save to remain on the bridge as these things are all over you, flapping and pecking and proboscising. What's interesting as you make your rolls is you see Drainos slip and catch himself as he's doubled over, almost tumbling off of the bridge as he swats at one of these things kind of in reaction. It's not really an attack. And he almost goes over. What are my rolls here? Let's go with Eldain.
All right. Eldain didn't do too well. He got a, what is it? 10 on his dex save.
Yeah, so Eldain, one of your feet slips off the edge of this thing, and you catch yourself You manage to keep your balance as Drenas reacts and pulls the rope to give you something firm to grab onto as you meet the DC for your dex save. Barnabas.
Oof.
11, just slightly better.
Yeah, so you're a little wobbly and you kind of settle yourself as these things are around you. Rost.
Dirty 20.
Okay. So you're good. How about Elvidar?
21.
Yeah, you're good. No problem. So Draenos and Eldain and Barnabas were kind of, Draenos and Eldain particularly almost went over. Okay, so Draenos has first dibs in initiative order. So he's going to make a swing with his staff, and he pounds one of those things out of sight. Just connects with it, and it's gone. It just kind of screeches and disappears into the dark. Eldain, what would you like to do?
All right.
There are 7 of these.
Are there
things.
any of them that are they all in melee range now?
Oh yeah, they're all swarming around you
Or are they
trying
still
to.
far up?
No, they're all swarming around you trying to get a bit of blood.
All right. Eldain will go for one of the ones that's close and occupied with one of his friends to try and get his sneak attack value.
Okay, yeah, that's not going to be a problem.
All right. So, and pulling out his amazing, what's it called? His amazing rapier of warning and a dagger in his offhand, he will attack. So first attack with the rapier. Natural 1. I think I need a new die today. And if the bonus action will attack with the dagger.
Okay.
And that's going to be 16.
Yeah, that hits.
All right, so these things seem to go down easy, so I'm not going to waste my crit on that. I'll do the damage, dagger damage plus sneak attack damage.
Excellent.
Which is, that's really good sneaks. So that's 28 damage.
Nice. Yeah, you absolutely shred that thing and it just falls lifelessly beyond your feet and down into the chasm. Very good. And all the while, Draenos is still leading the party through as you begin to swat at these things, but you've kind of found your balance and you're doing okay on the bridge. Barnabas, it is your turn. There are still 6 of these things that remain. And they do look to be...
And one of them is in melee range?
Oh, yeah. They're all swarming around you. You're not going to have any trouble hitting one or more in melee range. And they look to be going down fairly easily. And I will add that thanks to your donation, sir, everyone in the party has an insta-crit. And now Eldain has a total of 2. So just bear that in mind.
Thank you.
All right. Well, since he didn't have a chance to secure the quarterstaff, he's going to use that to strike at him. He has 2 attacks. So the first one is AC 21.
That'll hit.
Right, and that is 8 points of damage.
That's gone.
All right. And with the backswing, he goes to another one. That is AC 5. And that one's 6 points of damage.
Another one, just easily, you feel the bones crush as your fist obliterates it.
And he just gives a snort of annoyance.
Very well.
But yeah, that's it.
4 remain. Rost, it is your turn.
just gonna take out my warhammer, both hands, just be like, "Oh, this is gonna feel so good," and I swing for a hit. Does 11 hit?
It does, yes.
All right, then let's see. It's gonna be 10 damage to the first one,
Gone.
and then she's gonna whirl around and hit another one. 21 to hit,
Absolutely.
and then 7 damage on that one.
Gone as well. So you just made sturge paste with your warhammer, as you have ichor and entrail and bits of wing and fur on the head of your mallet.
Yay.
Nice. Elvidar.
This is a good day, you guys.
2 remain, Elvidar.
All right. They close?
Oh yeah, they're buzzing about.
So they're base to base, basically.
Yep.
Shooting would be at disadvantage, potentially. Elvidar will shield up and have his long sword out and take a swing at one. Let's see, what do we got here? 17 hit?
It does.
All right. And that's 10 damage.
Okay. You slice it into pieces, into 2 pieces, and they fall lifelessly into the darkness below.
All right. And that ends my turn.
All right. 1 remains, and it's right there with you, so it's going to attack you, and I critted. How cool is that? So you're going to take...
Actually, Wiley, I'm wearing armor that turns a crit into a normal hit.
Okay. So you're going to take... Nice. 5 piercing, and it is attached to your neck, and it's flapping, and it's kind of like squeaking, and you've got this proboscis down into by your collarbone as it's beginning to drain you of blood. So you all see, Rost, you probably see this most closely. You see one of these things attach itself to Elvidar.
As a free action, Elvidar curses.
Nice. Top of the order,
That looks uncomfortable.
Drainos kind of glances back. Oh, get that off of him. It will drain him of his blood. And he continues to kind of move the party forward to get off of this bridge. Eldan, what would you like to do? You're next behind Drainos.
Eldain will reach out his hand and yell Gustio and cast a gust spell to try to blow the sturge off of Elvidar.
Okay. How can you target that? How?
It's a medium or smaller creature that I choose must succeed on a strength saving throw or be pushed up to 5 feet away from you.
Okay.
That includes me.
It's 1 creature.
Okay.
So it only includes the sturge.
Yeah. Did
I
not.
was gonna say, that's going to be a short flight.
What was the DC on the saving throw?
14.
Yeah, no way or shape or form. So, Elvidar, you feel this gust of cool air blow across you, and the sturge squeaks and is pulled out, and you just, you're kind of bleeding from the aperture.
I'll apply just a quick. I'm not going to take any healing. I'm just going to put a cloth over it just to staunch the bleeding until we get across the.
That's fair. Yeah, and so the threat has ended, and you all managed to make your way across the remaining about 30 feet of the bridge, and you are on the other side. And Drainos turns around. Is everyone all right? Goodness, that was a bit scary.
That was fun. Let's go again.
I agree. That was very fun. I love to be able to blow something aboard.
We must let's continue. And so you're across the chasm, and he leads you into the darkness beyond. And again, he from time to time he
Hey,
will.
Elvidar, how are you doing?
I'm fine. I'm going to use a bit of a healer's kit to patch that up. I don't think it does much more than just keep infection at bay.
Yeah.
Actually, let's see. I think I can do this.
Why don't you roll
Sorry, I haven't played
a
an SMR in a while.
medicine?
All right, medicine check. Actually, proficient. Surprise, surprise. 16.
Yeah. So you managed to get a kind of bandage on there, and it's a pretty good sized bite hole. Think deer fly, only much bigger. So yeah.
Don't talk to me about deer flies. It's not spring yet.
So you make your way through. Again, you're on this King's Road. You encounter some of those nasty pustules of goodness knows what sort of infected ichor dripping from the walls. The bits of red splotch here and there on the floor that you've probably learned to avoid now, is just so that you don't step on it and cause it to be wet with the blood of Torog. And every now and then you'll see Drenas will stop, consult the map, and turn off down a side passageway, making your way, here and there through the Underdark. And you, after a while, you enter another cavern, and it looks like it's been hollowed out, not so much this time by maybe the thrashings of the king that crawls, but more like perhaps volcanic activity. It's got some of that basaltic sort of dark rock. There are terraces of stone and mineral of various colors that form kind of natural steps. And in 3 locations in this cavern, there are natural depressions that hold pools of very, very clear water. And you can hear a little bit of dripping. And it seems just very peaceful in here. And in fact, what's interesting is the pools where the water is are actually this emeraldish colored stone. And so the water in the pools has got this greenish hue. There are bits of the phosphorescent moss and lichen and greens and purples here and there on the wall. And it just feels like this very inviting, sort of almost has a spa sort of feel to it.
Well, Dan will mark that on the map that he's making.
Sure.
Perhaps a good location for a spa halfway through on the mining caravan.
Easy enough to do. Drenos kind of stops and looks about, consulting his map. Yes, we are definitely going the right way. It's an interesting cavern. And he steps down.
Have you never been here before?
No, I have not. I don't venture far for fear of the dangers of the Underdark. And he looks down and bends down at the pools, and it's like he's smelling the water. Kind of sticks a finger in. It's very chill, but it smells almost refreshing. It's an interesting color, this green with the light and the stone.
How deep are the pools? Like they're small, right?
Yeah, maybe 3 feet deep. You could wade into them or dip a foot, whatever. Not that I would ever entice you to do such a thing.
Ross is gonna go over and do something stupid.
Tears of my players.
Ross is gonna go over and just be like, deep breath in, and dunk her head in the water.
Okay. Yeah, so you all see Rost dunk her head into the pool. Rost, as I assume you kind of pull your head back up out of the pool, you feel
Yep.
incredibly invigorated. Your mind feels as at peace as it has felt since you left the surface. You feel as if you've benefited from a short rest and gained inspiration.
Nice. Good things happen when you stick your head in stuff. Found that out the hard way.
Interesting. I could use some refreshment. I'm going to do it as well.
Okay, so you dunk your head in the pool, one of the pools?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So again, very chill, but very energizing, invigorating. And you as well gain the benefits of a short rest, and you gain 1 inspiration.
Barnabas stares at Ross for a moment, trying to determine whether Ross is truly refreshed or tripping on something. Sees Elvain do the same thing and says, all right, maybe. And goes and dunks his head in the water.
Again, very refreshing, cold, kind of get, you know how when you get in cold water, it kind of makes you breathe, kind of, it's like that. But again, very invigorating. The effects of a short rest and an inspiration.
Elvidar shrugs, dips his hand into it, and drinks a few handfuls of water from it.
Yeah, again, it's very tasty, crystal clear, and it invigorates. So you feel the energy just tingle out to your limbs, almost feel your hair growing in a sense. And yes, you too get the benefit of a short rest and an inspiration.
Water skin's low, so Elvidar will also top his water skin up. May not do anything, but can't hurt.
Yep. And you see...
That's a good idea. You could hobble.
You see Draenos, good idea. You won't find much in the way of fresh water in the Underdark. And he fills the skin, and he casts off his robe and kind of strips down to just plain woolen top and bottom, and he actually steps and sits in the pool for a few moments, closes his eyes, and just lays his head back on the edge. And after just a couple of moments,
filled up my water skin before that happened.
Yeah, well, there's 3 of these pools.
Yeah.
And suddenly, as you all are relaxing, you hear this voice from above. Enjoying your dip, I take it? And as you look up in alarm, seated on one of the high ledges on the upper part of the wall, you see what appears to be a bull in humanoid form, clad in leather armor, wearing a great axe strapped across her back. And she looks down at you. Mm-hmm. Who is this drow scum? She snaps. I will not share the same air as him. The drow are a scourge, a disease who see fit to murder anyone who crosses their path. And
nah, he's cool. Don't worry
Draenos
about it.
Sits up, kind of alarmed, and starts to scramble for his gear. I assure you, we were just exploring through the caverns. I'm with these people. Tell them. And he kind of looks at you nervously. And she views him very suspiciously. And she stands. And she's big and tall. And very Minotaur-like.
Don't worry. Don't worry, my Minotaur friend. We are on a mission from the surface, and we've made friends with this one. He's actually an outcast from his people because he's just too good.
She looks at him. This is not normal. What business do you have here?
No, it isn't.
You're exploring, you say?
We are indeed.
You haven't seen any Duergar, have you?
Not yet. Do we expect to see some?
I do, for certain. I'm tracking a group. Party of them assassinated one of the military commanders of our settlement, Master Ivilian. and I've been sent as
Ooh.
a bit of a bounty hunter.
Ooh. That sounds fun. You want to join us?
Not particularly,
Aw. Come on, let's be friends.
but you should be on the lookout for these dark dwarves. They're not to be trusted. Suspicious. There's a mining group out, guarded, so be on your ware.
That sounds good. What is the bounty on their heads, by the way? In case we run across them ourselves.
Well, the bounty is for me.
Only you. Well, if we were to give you a tip or help you out, would you cut us in for a bit of the bounty?
So you've seen them.
Say 30%. Not yet, but if we do, we could potentially leave a message for you somewhere as to their whereabouts.
All right, that's fair. The bounty is 1,000 gold.
That's nothing to sneeze at. What kind of a cut would you like?
If you get me to the Duergar by some means, or perhaps if you just dispatch them yourselves, and then yes, I think 30% would be fair.
Well, if we dispatch them ourselves, I'm going to have to go with something a little higher. 30% would just be for notification of their location. I'm thinking something like 60% if we actually do the killing.
I think
Since all you have to do is deliver.
50 will do. And she hops down off the ledge onto a step and another step, and before you know it, she's down amongst the party. Not in a threatening manner. Drenas kind of gets behind you all, seems concerned. But she just nimbly hops down. Boop, 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 boop. And all 8 feet of her are there in front of you, and she extends a large hand. 50%. I should be compensated for the sadness of not being able to end them myself.
I glance around at my party to see if they look like they agree as I'm reaching my hand down.
Rost kind of pushes out of the way, just really shakes her hand. It's just like, God, you're big.
She shakes your hand.
Better than a stick in the eye.
She digs in a pouch, and she pulls out a small green gem, an emerald, and she hands it to Eldan. I know these tunnels well. Leave this in the mouth of the tunnel that leads to their whereabouts, or leave their carcasses and the emerald.
And you will find us?
I will find the carcasses or the gem.
Well, we're going to want to be paid. So where can we find you after we do the deed?
I will find you.
I thought you'd say that. All right. Well, it's a deal. We'll be seeing you later.
I hope so. And she climbs back up quite nimbly, doesn't regard anyone else, and disappears out a opening up several levels above you, near where she was seated.
I'll mark that on my map as well, including the distance up from the trail we're on.
Okay,
in case we
fair
need
enough.
that later.
Draenos kind of looks at you all. Thank you. That she was rather imposing. We should continue
Wasn't
to
she,
move.
though? Oh my gosh, how cool is that?
We should
Yeah,
continue.
Barnabas watches the Minotaur move with a look of admiration on his face at how nimble she is.
Yeah, very strong, nimble, sure-footed. And again, she disappears up into the dark opening some 30 feet above.
We didn't catch her name, did we?
No, I don't believe you did.
Oh well, we'll see her later.
Kita.
Minotaur bounty hunter will do for now.
Huh?
You hear Kita from up the tunnel, and a laugh. And it grows silent.
We're just gonna shout back, "Bye, Keto, we love you."
So Drainos seems a little impatient. And quite relieved. Thank you. The Minotaur. Do not look kindly upon us, as she made abundantly clear.
Yeah. Probably something to do with sometimes being used rather than working together.
Yes, it is understandable. So he leads you on into the darkness. You leave the kind of the relaxing, invigorating cavern, well rested, full of inspiration. As you go, he again consults the map a few times, and you find yourselves in just these caverns open up out of nowhere. And this one, it's a bunch of winding, turning passages. And he has to stop a few times and check his map. And you enter another large cavern, and it's kind of overwhelming because it's this maze created by this bunch of stalagmites coming up from the floor. You see some there's dust and dirt here and there, and it looks like there may be some prints of some sort in the floor. But it appears you've stumbled upon a bit of a labyrinth or a maze of these stalactites in this large cavern.
You see, this is why we needed the Minotaur. They're so good at mazes.
Right? Well, let's take a look around. Is there an obvious trail here to go through, or are there multiple ways around in here?
It looks like there's multiple ways. You can see some prints here and there, like the soil or the dust, I should say, has kind of been disturbed a little bit.
I do not like this. Chopping no.
Well, I think the road most traveled is probably the safest, but it wouldn't hurt us to go off path a little bit here in case we have the opportunity to bypass or ambush somebody who's coming the other way. We know there are potentially hostile Durgar in the area.
True. I think the best idea would be to split up.
I always agree with that.
Barnabas turns to Eldebar and says, "He's kidding, right?"
No, I almost always try to scout ahead of whoever's the loudest.
Yes. I'm of the same mind, but we're in the Underdark, and you poor lost souls are not used to this.
But we're not lost. We have a map.
Yeah.
So Eldain is going to go off on off of the beaten path, such as it is, to try and remain hidden while we go through this area. Eldain will suggest, Rost, maybe you want to stay on this path. It seems to be large, wide, and easy to follow.
Yeah, that sounds perfect. And they just start going down.
So Eldain, you're off on your own, and the rest of the party is kind of together with Rost. Did I get that correctly?
Well, Rost and Barnabas and our Drow friend are a trio. Elvidar has also disappeared, but they're just further back and watching over, doing an Overwatch thing.
Okay.
Barnabas maybe softly counting to himself, under his breath in Orcish.
Okay. So
Periodically, if this gets too winding, Wiley, Elvidar will also be taking opportunity at a discrete level to make a mark with some chalk that he knows
Okay.
that they've been there.
yeah. So you kind of make your way forward-ish through this, and it's almost like a forest of stalagmites. The cavern ceiling is maybe 30, 35 feet high, very irregular. It looks like almost like like a lava tube, kind of volcanic, much like the last cavern. These stalagmites are everywhere. There again are some signs of passing here and there, tracks or drag marks, whatever. And as you're Eldan, you're kind of scouting ahead, and as you're making your way, all at once, 3 of these crazy, horrific-looking, giant serpent snake things come out. They like manifest in front of you, not magically. They weren't there, and now they're there, and they're large, and they're again snakish. Their heads have these horrible, grotesque tentacles, kind of snapping in your direction. They have this bird-like beak, clack, clack, clack. And I'm going to invite you to roll initiative.
All right. And I have advantage on initiative because of my rapier.
Nice.
So give me a 19.
Okay, you may go. There are 3 of these things. They're large. They're nasty.
All right. Aldean is going to dash back towards the rest of the party.
Okay.
And alert them. There are 3 snaky tentacled things incoming. Be ready.
Okay, as you dash back, that will give them an attack of opportunity, one of them. Because they're so large, they can't really all in the stalactites. But it will make a bite attack at you with its beak, trying to snap at you as you turn to run. How is a 16?
The 16 is going to miss.
Well, that's unfortunate. Okay, so you run back to where you believe the party to be, and you all hear him yelling. So, you see Drainos take kind of a stance. And the party's kind of in this openish area, maybe 15, 20 feet around, trying to decide which way they want to go as you pop back out from on ahead, wailing and carrying on about these snaky, tentacly things that happen to be following you rather closely. Elvidar, you hear this off in the distance ahead of you, this general chaos. Let's have the party roll initiative.
Yeah.
You can keep your, was it 18, Eldan?
19.
19, okay. So 25 to 20. Anybody up there? 20 to 15?
18.
19.
15 to 10.
Elvidar has a 14. Sorry.
10 to 5.
Barnabas has a 5, so he's going to take this time to survey the landscape. Yes, that's my story, and I'm sticking to it.
Okay, yeah, so you see 3 of these snaky, large monstrosities snapping and tails flailing and tentacles racing after Eldan as he stumbles into kind of the clearing between the stalagmites. And you are now fully engaged in combat. Eldan, you may go first.
All right. Are they grouped together very well? These enemies?
They just rush in, and they're all kind of side by side coming at you through the pathway that you chose back to the party.
So I think Eldane's going to take the opportunity to try and catch them all if possible in my 15-foot cone of the color spray.
That's fair. Yeah, they'll fan out as they come in, but that'll be on their turn. So go ahead and do your thing.
All right, and I'm going to bump it up to use a 2nd level slot for it.
Okay.
All right, so Let's see here. Roll 60-10 for this.
I'm sorry, what?
I got to roll. Yeah. This is for how many hit points of creatures the spell can affect.
Nice. And do I have a save to make?
35 hit points. So this happens in ascending order of their current hit points.
Okay.
Starting with the creature that has the lowest current hit points, each creature affected is blinded until the end of my next turn. Subtract each creature's hit points from the total before moving on to the creature with the next.
I gotcha.
Oh, sorry. I get 2 extra d10s because I forgot I cast it at the higher level here.
Right.
All right, so that's another 17. So that would be 52 hit points worth.
Okay. All right. So, and does that also, that's also damage, right? It's not just blindness?
No, it just blinds them.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so you see the one in the center kind of stop and start to, like it's trying to look around. The other 2 seem unaffected. So you've blinded one. Is there a save or anything, or is it just this is what happens?
There's no save. It just happens.
Great.
It's only lasting for 1 round.
Okay. Very good. Because that thing is blinded, all attack rolls have advantage against it, and its attack rolls have disadvantage. Rust, it is your turn.
To smash or not to smash? I'm going to smash. I'm going to go to one that isn't affected by the blindness. And I'm going to just bring the Warhammer down. Oh wait, wrong dice. $23 to hit.
That hits.
Alright, and then for a whopping 5 damage.
Very good. That was exciting. And that was that was the non-blinded one? Or is that the blinded one?
Yeah. That was the non-blinded one.
What weapon are you
And
using?
using a Warhammer +1.
Okay.
I'm gonna, let's see, what should I do for my second attack? Yeah, I'm gonna do it again. Because I was just practicing my aim.
Okay.
So 21 to hit.
That hits. Just getting warmed up, right?
And that's better. 12 damage.
Okay. Very good. Yeah, so you pummel this thing a couple of times. Anything else?
Nah, that's it.
Okay. Elvidar, you're up.
Okay. I am at range, I believe.
Yes, you were off away from the
And
party.
I will do the thing. So bow and arrow, running forward. It's very fast actually because I get an extra 10-foot movement, so 40 feet. But while I'm doing so, thrumming away with the bow. That is, I believe that's a 19 to hit.
That'll do it.
And that does 9 damage. And
Which
then
are you hitting, the injured
thing
one, the blind one, or the uninjured
the
one?
injured one.
Okay, 9.
The injured one that Rost is working on.
Gotcha.
And because of my Dread Ambusher feat as a ranger, I get a second attack first round of every combat. That would be a 14 to hit.
That does not hit.
Does not hit. And it goes zinging off into the night. And Elvidar is moving forward.
Okay. It is their go. The blinded one is going to take a snap at Barnabas at disadvantage. I'm guessing a 13 misses.
That is correct.
Okay.
Definitely
Second
dodged
attack,
that.
that was a tail attack, and I'm guessing then an 11 misses with the tentacles.
correct.
All right. One is going to attack Eldian. Again, tail. That's a natty 1. That's going to miss. And tentacles. 14, I'm guessing, doesn't hit.
I will miss.
I should try to roll higher.
Aldean jumps out of the way nimbly.
Yes.
Yeah.
Very dexterous. Rost, you've got one on you.
Chuckles at him a bit.
Trying to hit you with a tail. How about a 26?
That will definitely hit.
All right. How about 10? Bludgeoning? And then the tentacles.
That'll do.
Does a 16 hit?
16 does not.
All right. Draenos will step forward and wield his staff. Oh, that's a crit. Yeah, buddy. So he takes a swing at the blinded one. And he just critted. Bear with me a sec. So that's 8. And 4 is 12. Plus 3 is 15. And Barnabas, you were up.
All right. So I'm assuming that I can drop my quarterstaff as a free action.
Yep.
All right. In that case, it is time for an unarmed strike on the blinded one. I'm rolling with advantage still.
Okay. You get advantage.
And yeah, that is going to be AC 26.
That'll hit.
Let's see. What is it? That is 8 points damage. And I am going to spend a key point and do 2 more unarmed strikes.
Very good. And which one are you attacking?
The one that is blinded.
Yep.
Quick question. It's still blinded even after the attack?
Let's see.
The whole round until my turn.
It's the whole round until
Okay,
Eldian's
so
turn,
they're-
yeah.
Okay, so those unarmed attack are going to come as at advantage as well, correct?
Okay, yep. They are.
All right, so yeah, that's an AC 25. That is 9 points damage, and then the second of the extra attacks. Yeah, that misses. Well, I think it misses anyway. AC 10.
Sure does. What was the damage on your first attack there, Rob?
I believe the initial one, I believe, was 8 points damage,
There we
and
go.
then
And
the
then
second one was 9.
Perfect. Thank you. Appreciate that. Anything else?
So let me ask you. I'm in melee with the one, correct?
Yeah.
The blinded one.
Yep.
Am I in melee range with the others?
They fanned out, so I'm going to say no. You're in about a 15 to 20 foot area with other party members. Kind of, you're all sort of in the
So
middle.
if I tried to move out of range, if I tried to move out of melee range with the blinded one, would that provoke an opportunity attack?
It would, yeah. But at disadvantage again because it is still blinded.
Okay.
Gonna do that?
No, it's all right. That's fine. I'm
Okay.
back.
Very good. We are back to the top of the order. Eldain, you are up. You're
So
muted.
that blinding is over.
Yep.
Yeah. So, but I can do it again. Are they lined up so that I can hit them and not my party members?
They have spread out. So you would have a hard
right.
time. It's kind of a, free for all.
All right. So two of them have taken damage, and one of them nobody has attacked. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. So Eldain's going to look at that one, and have we heard them speak at all, or they just make noises?
Just like screechy, angry noises.
All right. Well, I don't know that they understand us, so I'm not going to try a suggestion. I think I'll go for another color spray. It's probably only going to affect one anyways. So I'm going to, let's see. Is it possible to get the two that are engaged or in my 15-foot cone, or is
Yeah, I'd say you
are
could.
they
Yeah.
so spread out I can't get
I
two?
think you can get two, yeah.
Okay, I'll get the two that have already taken some damage in it, and I'm going to roll another second level color spray.
Okay.
So it goes by their current hit points, not their max. So
Right.
maybe we can get both of these guys blind. All right, and I'm rolling how many dice again here? It was 80. All right. So that's 6. $41 hit points worth, affecting the lowest one first.
Yeah, so you see two of them, and the lowest one's looking really rough. You see two of them, the two that have been injured, the lowest one and the one that was previously blinded, are both affected.
All right.
The other one is untouched and unblinded.
Let's finish these guys off.
Is that your turn?
That is my turn, yes.
Okay. So two of them are injured and blinded. One particularly injured. You can attack them with advantage for the next round. So, Rost, you are up. And then there's one unharmed.
I'm gonna start harming the one that's unharmed.
Nice.
I don't think a 9's gonna hit though.
I think you're correct.
Let's try again. 20 is gonna hit though.
That'll do it.
For 9 damage.
Okay. Anything else?
Something I should have done before I attacked, but I'll save that for next time. So now I'm good.
Excellent. Next is Elvadar.
Okay. Elvadar is how far away from this melee?
You're within 10 feet.
All right. Elvadar is going to forego the bow and simply raise a hand and throw off 2 Eldritch Blasts.
Which one are you targeting?
Eldritch Blasts, the one that's very harmed and blind. So that's a 25 to hit.
That hits.
That is, that's not much. That's 3 damage. That sucks.
Okay, which one are you damaging? The
Heavily damaged one.
Okay, that one goes down. Do you have a description for me on how that happens with your Eldritch Blast? Like, what does
the
it look
Eldritch
like?
Blast catches it in the mouth and just explodes the back of whatever it is that calls it a head, and the tentacles go flying in 3 different directions.
Nice. Yeah, just icker. Or should I say gricker?
Gricker. And seeing that one down, and he will target the second Eldritch Blast at the other one that's been harmed and is blind. That again is a 25 to hit. And I gotta retire on my D10s. 2 damage.
Okay. It's not all that exciting, but okay. Very good. 2 damage. We'll get there. Death by 1,000 cuts.
Yeah.
All right.
1,000 force bludgeons.
It is their go. One of them is going to, without disadvantage, the one that can see, is going to attempt to attack Drainos. Here's the tail shot. That's a hit. So he takes some damage. The second one is with the tentacles. That is a hit. Uh, 10, 15, 17. Ouch. Okay. Yeah, he got tentacled and hit. And because he got tentacled, it now kind of has, tentacles on him, and so it's going to try to beak him. Bite him with his beak. Ooh, another hit. Man, brutal. So Drainos is getting shredded pretty good here. Yeah, he's bleeding and hurt and hammered by this Grick. It is now Barnabas' turn.
So yeah, it normally helps if I remember I had multiple attacks instead of just one, but
One-shot characters.
Yeah.
Been there, done that.
So the one that is on Drownouts, is that at range from me?
By range, you mean how far?
Farther than not? I basically out of melee, immediate melee range.
Yeah. There are 3 of them that you're in melee with one. The one that just attacked Drainos. One's down, and the other one is at range.
All right, the one that's attacking Drainos, he starts. Barnabas starts rubbing his hands together, making like a circle, and shouts "Nisha, roll," and fires a sunbolt at the one that is on our guide.
Okay. Nice. Do I have a save versus Sunbolt by any chance? Hopefully.
No, this is just it's just a straight up attack roll.
Okay.
AC 22.
That is a hit.
And I am using my 3 crit for this one.
Nice. So max damage plus re-roll your dice, add your modifier. Just once.
So that is going to be 12 points damage.
Nice.
And actually, I'm going to spend a key point and fling another one at him.
Nice. So you just see the monk just go off.
Nat 20.
Yes. An actual crit. Nice.
All right, so let's do this again. So that one's actually even better. That's 14 points damage on the second.
Nice. So what does it look like when you end the second deceased Grick? Big snaky, beaky, tentacled, 13, 14 feet long, huge snaky guy.
So the sunbolt flies from Barnabas's hands, hits the Grick, and it glows with the light of Palor before exploding.
Nice.
In a mess of ichor and bits and other stuff.
This brilliant flash of radiant light illuminates the cavern briefly, and then it's just Grick bits.
And Barnabas looks back and says, son.
Nice. If you can't see it, make it.
And
all right.
He's done.
Top of the order, Eldain, you are up. There's one left that looks to be in rough shape, but it's still... The one that's left seems to be much beefier than the other 2.
See. And since my friends are around it, I'm going to pounce upon it with the sneak attack to the rear.
Yep.
And I'll use my crit.
Uh-huh.
So that's going to be, let's see, it's 46, so it's 24, and 8 plus 5, 2, 7, and 68 damage.
So I'll just draw a little line. What does it look like when you... And you're using your Rapier of Warning, right?
Yes, I am.
Okay, what does it look like when you end this Grick Alpha?
All right. Well, I basically flipped over to the back side of him with a little tumble, and thrust the rapier through the back of its head so that it comes out the beak, and you hear a screeching and then gurgling and then cut off sound from the Grick, and then a sloshing sound as I pull the rapier back out and wipe it on its scaly back.
Nice. Yeah, and all grows quiet as the 3 Gricks, the Grick Alpha and the 2 Gricks, are ended. And then all at once, one of the stalagmites, one of the larger one, kind of moves. And all at once, these tentacles lash out. One at Rost, nat 20. Woo! You are grappled. One at Elvidar. Does a 24 hit?
Sadly, yes.
You are grappled. One at Eldan. Does a dirty 20 hit?
Does.
You are
Oh,
grappled. One at the monk. Man, am I rolling some attack rolls. How about a 26? Does that hit?
Yeah, sadly, I think that gets him.
Okay. So you are all each, with the exception of Draenos, you are each grappled in the strong tendril of a roper as you see the stalagmites separate near the base and this row of teeth just razor sharp, spiky, pointy teeth, and this red eye opens up and glares at all of you as it starts to pull you toward it. And right there, we're going to take a 5-minute bio break. Okay, it's 10. We'll be back on, let's say 10:30. That's 7-minute bio break. See you shortly. Don't go away.
Great.
All right, we are back, refreshed, biologically sound. Zerathon, thank you for your donation. If you wish, you can grant the party a boon. I will post it in chat right now. Whoops, hang on. I got to type in the right command. Nothing is simple. Okay, there you go. I think you could get an instant crit for each player. So thank you very much for supporting St. Jude's. Thanks to everybody for being here. We're a pretty small stream, so seeing 38 viewers out there is really heartwarming and exciting. So, yeah. And while I'm thinking of it, to answer your question, Zarathon, the challenges have been soaked up by the donations. We've already got 2, like basically encounter upgrades, beefed up encounters, thanks to the evil donors. So appreciate you challenging our players. So all you can do is help the team at this point, Zarathon. Okay, so we've got the 4 party members. 4 of the 5 are grappled by a roper. We're going to stay in initiative order. I've just dropped the roper at the bottom of initiative. Draenos has been pretty heavily damaged by the Grix, and it is Eldain's turn. You may attempt to break the grapple, if you wish, with a strength roll.
Strength is not really my strong suit. So I think can I attack it?
You may.
All right.
Let me see here. Let me check something real quick. Where is it? Grappled. Okay, you have disadvantage on strength rolls. And that's all it says. Your speed is 0. Yeah, that's it. So yeah, you can attack it.
All right. I will take the crit. Can I get a sneak attack on this?
Oh yeah.
Because my friends are nearby?
Yep.
All right. So I'll do that. Crit with the rapier. Which is D8 plus 5, so it's 13, 24, 27 plus what I roll. $50 damage.
50 damage. All right, so you open up quite a wound on this thing as it squeals in pain.
And then I'll take a bonus action to take an attack with my dagger in the offhand.
Yep.
And can I sneak with that as well? I don't remember how it works in this edition.
One sneak attack per turn.
That's what I thought. Okay. So I'm not going to waste the crit on that. I'll just roll. But I rolled a nat 20, so let's do some crits again. So this is D4.
And again, with us,
I don't
you
get to add the damage.
Right, yeah, no sneak attack, but you get max damage plus your modifier and then another damage dice roll.
Yeah, no, I don't get the modifier because it's an offhand weapon, but I at least get 7 more points of damage out of the dagger.
All right. Nice, good turn. Anything else?
Nope, that's it.
Rost, you're up. You're grappled.
I am gonna do some magic. I'm gonna take one of my crits and do guiding bolt. So that's max damage, right?
Yep.
Plus a roll.
All right. So let's see. So 24 plus. So 35 damage.
Okay.
Nice.
This thing's looking rough. Looking real rough.
And then, let's see. And then I'm going to try and break free.
Okay, roll
of this
strength.
grapple.
Strength at disadvantage.
A disadvantage?
Yep.
Okay. And that's a saving throw or just a check?
It's a strength check. You're rolling
Okay.
strength, basically.
All right. So that's only a 7.
Yeah, so you're still restrained.
Let's see. Is there anything else I can do? No, I'm good.
Okay. Elle, you're up.
All right. How badly off does this thing look?
Pretty bad. And you're restrained. You have this tendril wrapped around you.
All right, we're going to do some color. Elvidar is going to look at this thing contemptuously, snort, and then Misty Step 30 feet away from it.
Nice.
And shoot it with his bow. So that is, unfortunately, a spell slot. But we will attack. Actually, yeah, no, I'll just do a straight attack. So that is a lot. 22 to hit.
That'll hit.
Hope so. Oh, nice. That's 12 damage piercing.
Okay, describe for me how you dispatch this roper as it's dragging you all toward its gaping maw.
So as it's dragging me towards the gaping maw, as you say, Elvidar disappears in a swirl of fine mist and just like tendrils of smoke, and the tentacles just clap tight around nothing, and then reappears 30 feet further away, bow in hand, thrumming away, and puts an arrow straight into its eye.
Nice. Yeah, so you put out its red eye, and it kind of slumps, and everyone is released from the tendrils as Drainos is about to strike it with his staff. As you all stand there,
And Elvidar will move over.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say, Elvidar is going to move over to Draenor, and seeing how badly injured he is, put a hand on his shoulder and say, "Be well," and cast Cure Wounds at first level.
Nice. Thank you, friend.
And that will be healing. 9 hit points.
That is helpful. Thank you. Is everyone okay? That was something.
Never better. Invigorating, wasn't it? Anyone else? Eldane's going to look around the cavern, holding his arms out.
Okay, cocky. There could be more of them.
I hope so. That was fun. I've never been attacked by a rock before. That's new.
Yeah. Well, there are some other fun aspects to it. And Elvidar is just going to walk up with a large dagger in hand to the roper and reach into its toothy maw and just start cutting away to see if there's anything on the inside that's been left over from past meals.
Bones and bits of detritus. Nothing of any.
Okay. He's enjoying it, though. Just taking this thing apart, just trying to see if there's anything interesting.
Yeah. So as you're disemboweling the roper carcass and the gricks and so forth, you hear a voice in the chamber. I see you've met my pets. Welcome. And stepping out rather large from the shadow of the shadows of the shadows into this kind of open clearing are 3 really, really tall, these familiar figures. They look eerily like Kita, except these are just bone. And they wield these huge notched great axes. And there are 3 of them. And they start to run and lower their horns. and we're going to stay in initiative.
Yeah.
L, you just went, right?
Yes, I did. Is this so? This is considered the same combat.
Yeah.
Okay.
And these things just kind of groan and, lumbering at you very quickly. They're large, probably 7 to 8 feet tall. They look just like the skeleton of a minotaur. And they have these huge, gnarly, notched great axes, cloven bipedal hooves, just shreds of what used to be maybe leather armor or clothing, as they come at you and try to gore you. And it is Drainos's turn. And he will step up and try to bash one with his, what do you call it? Quarterstaff.
F.
That's it. Oh, man, I am rolling the crits today. Goodness gracious. Okay, so that's two-handed.
Bye-bye, Drainos.
That's 8. 3 is 11. 3 is 14.
Oh no, he's attacking them. I thought they were getting him.
No, he's coming at them. So he just steps up and takes a mighty swing with his metallic staff. It's got this cool, like, spider, head on it, kind of forged. It's really cool. And you hear the crunch of bone as he finds purchase on the shoulder of one of these huge minotaur skeletons. Barnabas, you are up. Currently, Drainos is the only one close enough for melee, but you're all within about 15 feet. As again, you're in this sort of 20-ish foot, generally round sort of clearing between all the stalagmites. This is one of the extra encounters.
Again, the hands making a circle, a bolt of fire, the sun in his hands shoots forth, and he sends 2 of them at the same one that Drainos attacks.
Okay.
The first one is AC 15.
Okay. That is a hit.
All right. Actually, we probably check the those. That is 7 points of radiant damage.
Okay.
In case these things are particularly susceptible.
It does what
The second one.
It does what you think it would do.
Okay. The second one is AC 23, so that also
That'll hit.
hits. Okay, I'm gonna hold on to that for now. And that is 6 points of damage.
Okay. What kind of damage is that?
Radiant still.
Okay. Very well. So you've broken a few bones and gotten its attention. Anything else you want to do on your turn, sir?
Yeah, actually, I am going to backpedal a bit. I want to make sure I stay at range.
Okay. So it's going to take a swing at you.
What kind of spacing it is.
Attack of opportunity. Again, you're in, if you envision this, you're in a kind of a clearing. You're in this.
I thought we weren't within melee range though.
No, let me describe for you. You're in this, again, this large cavern with all of these stalagmites and so forth. You're in about a 20-foot, give or take, circular-ish clearing where you just battled the Grix and the Roper. And these guys came charging out from the stalagmites. Drainos stepped up and engaged one in melee. If I understood you correctly, you stepped up and engaged one in melee. Is that correct, or did you hit it from a distance?
No, that's a ranged attack.
Okay, I missed that part.
That's
okay,
a ranged
so
attack.
You're good. Very well. It is their go. And so they are trying to charge and gore you. One is going to come at you, Barnabas, for pounding on it. And I'm guessing that maybe a 12 is going to be unsuccessful.
That is unsuccessful, yes.
Okay. Another one is going to come at Rost, the next largest fearsome-looking thing. How about a 23?
That'll hit.
Okay, so that's going to be 2 1s on the damage die. How lovely. That's 6 piercing. And then you take an additional, because it's running at you, you're going to take an additional 9, 15 piercing total. And then you need to make a strength save.
Okie dokie, boss. Hold on just a sec. Da-da-da-da. That's going to be an 18.
Okay, so you managed to avoid being pushed away or knocked prone as this huge skeletal minotaur comes up and gores you, just a running go at you and gores you. The last one's going to try to gore Eldain. Does a 16 hit?
Nope.
Okay, so this raging...
Aldean goes, Toro!
Yeah, this bull kind of runs at you, and you manage to easily sidestep it, and it is now your turn. We have 3 in your midst. One is on you, Eldain. One is on Barnabas. One is on Rost.
All right. Well, Aldain's going to try and get as many of them as he can in another color spray.
You will probably get your party members in that, depending on which direction. If you picture this clearing, you're face-to-face with one, or one just kind of came at you. Barnabas has one on him. Rost has one on her. So they're kind of paired up.
All right. Well, this goes for whoever has the lowest hit points first.
Okay.
So I will try to get the one that has that's been hit already.
Very well. That's the
I think
one that's on
everyone's kind of
Barnabas.
alpha striking one of them.
Yep.
So it should go for him first, and probably if I can get one more of them in it. And I don't mind hitting Rost with it because Rost probably has more hit points than anybody. But
Okay.
I'll maneuver around the guy that's on me to get the best angle for that if I can.
Okay. That's cool.
So this is only cast at first level, so I just get 6 dice worth of hit points. Let's see what we got here. This one's not very good. 28 hit points worth.
Okay. So if it comes in under the total, does it not have an impact? Or does it still go at the first one?
It goes at the lowest hit point creature in the area first, and then we take that number of hit points off of my total and see if anyone will go for the next one.
Gotcha. So the damaged one is blinded. The one that's on...
I mean...
Go ahead.
I don't know, because Rost only has 21 hit points right now.
But he's targeting the lowest hit point, the damaged Minotaur first. And so it's fully absorbed on that Minotaur.
Okay.
Yeah, it's fully absorbed on that Minotaur. So it goes blind. It's very clearly looking around, like kind of flailing about. And that's the only effect that has.
Okay. Oops, I didn't realize you were hurt. Sorry.
Yeah, no, I'm hurting.
At least you're not as hurt as that guy was.
Yep, no, we're good. It would have been funny if I got blinded, though.
And then Eldain is going to take a bonus action to... Let's see here. What's it called again? Disengage.
Okay. So you are able to move away a little bit and kind of seek.
He'll move away behind a stalactite to so as not to be charged directly again.
Very well. Rost, you're up. You do have one of these things on you. It tried to gore you and missed.
All right.
Or no, it hit you. I'm sorry. It just didn't knock you down.
I'm going to try and attack with my hammer, but I'm also going to be using Wrathful Smite. Which will add
Nice.
1d6 psychic damage.
It's paladin time.
Oh, yeah. So let's see if I hit first. Oh. I have inspiration, though, don't I?
You do. And you have...
So does that count as a reroll?
If you haven't used any of your instant crits, you also have 2 of those now. A total of 2 have been awarded to all the party, and Eldain also has a 3rd, but I know you've started to use them.
Well, I'm going to use the instant crit then, because that's 24 plus... Oh, boy. 24 plus...
Yeah, it's max damage on all die. Add your mods, and then reroll all damage die.
Okay, so here. And then it was plus 1d6 for psychic damage. So 40 damage.
Nice.
Nice, yeah. So
That's bludgeoning.
you're bludgeoning, aren't you?
Well, part of that was radiant damage.
Okay.
So I'm trying to think how much of it was radiant damage. I'm not sure if all of it counts as radiant damage because I'm like amping myself up.
I'm interested in the bludgeoning damage. How much of it was from bludgeoning? Because
okay, let's see.
as you bash this thing, you realize it seems quite vulnerable to bludgeoning damage. So that will double your bludgeoning total.
Double.
Well, I think only like 2 was from radiant. The rest was from...
Okay.
bludgeoning.
Yeah, so describe what it looks like when you absolutely go off. And it sounds like bowling as you hammer this minotaur skeleton with your hammers.
So I'm going to wind up double-handed with the warhammer and in Celestial say, Cord, bless this blow. And then I'm going to just smash it, and it just sort of erupts with light and turns to ash and just blows away.
Nice, yeah. So you all, with this radiant damage again, you're almost, in a sense, kind of like super flash photography blinded for a second because you've been in the Underearth for so long now. This radiant damage from the monk and the paladin, and bone dust everywhere, and you hear this squeal yell in the distance somewhere beyond where you are in the cavern as this minotaur crumbles. Anything else, Rost?
And I still have another attack, so how far away is the next minotaur?
You could easily, with your movement, only spend half of it and be there. There's one on Barnabas, and there's the one that Eldain was near until he disengaged. The one on Barnabas is damaged
Nice.
and blinded.
I'm going to... Let's see. I'm going to...
So you would have advantage to attack that one.
So would it be at least 10 feet in like a straight line?
Yeah.
Awesome. So that's going to be... I'm using my charging feat to +5 to my next attack roll.
Nice. Which one are you going? The undamaged
And
one
I'm
or
gonna-
the one on Barnabas?
I'm going to help out Barnabas. I'm going to
Okay, so
destroy him.
you can also attack with advantage.
So let's see. Awesome. So that's going to be 13 plus 5, 18 to hit.
That'll do it.
And then just wham bam, thank you, ma'am. For, well, that's only 5 damage, but still.
All right. It counts.
It does.
Okay. Anything else, Rost?
That is it for my turn. Yep.
Excellent. Yeah, so between the color spray and all these effects, it's like a fireworks show in here. It's pretty amazing. Okay, let's go with El. You're up. Elvidar.
Awesome. So Elvidar is hearing these noises further beyond the skeletal minotaurs. He's actually going to disappear, so I'm going to take an action to stealth away and start moving toward that sound to try and find out what the source of all of these things is and see if he can surprise them and take them out.
Okay, so you're searching for the the source of the cackling, sneering laughter.
That's right.
Okay, so you make your way through the stalagmites, through the cavern and the darkness with your incredible dark vision, and you move through them, and the cavern opens into an open area, and upon two stone thrones you see coiled these, for lack of a better term, it's like the skeleton of a snake. I've posted it on the stream. It'll show up in a second. You're also going to get to see it in our Discord when I post it there in just a couple seconds as well. But there's one on each stone throne, and they're kind of coiled up and hissing and almost like they're kind of watching and conversing with one another.
Do they look? How formidable do they look? And how much of my action and move did it take to get there?
It'll take all your move
wow.
to get to where you're still in the stalagmites and can see them. And it looks like the skeleton of a snake. It's creepy as hell. It's nasty looking. And again, we are enjoying the benefits of the challenge donations you guys made. This is the super uber ultra bigger encounter to punish you.
Nice. To punish us. I feel called out because of that. As a bonus action, since that's about all I can do, am I at least 90 feet away from them?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's a pretty good sized cavern. They're about 60 feet off, or 90 to 100 feet off, yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah, well, I'm going to make sure I'm within range, but I'm going to cast Hunter's Mark, which has a 90-foot range on the one on the right, and that will end my turn. And remain hidden. I rolled a 23 for stealth, by the way, and I'm invisible to dark vision.
Gotcha. Barnabas, you have an additional crit. You've been granted 3 total today. I'm not sure how many you've used. I'm letting you keep track of those. So you've marked one of those things on the throne. Is that correct, Elvidar?
Yes, I have.
Okay. Anything else?
That is correct. Hunter's Mark.
Okay.
That's all I can do.
Drainos is going to step back, and he begins casting. Let's see here. Yeah, he begins casting. So you see him, and you don't really hear much. And he's taken a position kind of across from where the remaining 2 Minotaur skellies are. And he's going to roll a bunch of D6s as a huge, crackling, sizzling bolt of lightning arcs from his hands as he stands in his dark robes. Almost think like Emperor, right? So many ones.
Do it.
And the 2 fail their saves. One of them is definitely worse off than the other because the other one hadn't yet been harmed. But this arcing lightning just kind of freezes these things up for a moment as he blasts an incredibly... I mean, the hair on your body kind of stands up as this whole chamber kind of electrifies as he hammers these two things. He gets them in a line so he can get both of them. And whatever little shreds of clothing or hair or anything just incinerates and is gone. And it just smells like ozone and burnt nastiness as he electrocutes these two things. And we will go to the Minotaurs. Barnabas, the one on you, has to attack with disadvantage due to its blindness. And it raises its mighty battle axe. Does a dirty 20 hit?
A dirty 20 does hit.
Okay, so you're going to take some damage, which is exciting if you're a dungeon master. How about 17 slashing from this notched, raggedy, rusty great axe as it gashes through you? The other one is going to run at Rost and make a great axe attack. Does a 14 hit?
No, sir.
Darn. We're back to the top. Eldan.
Can't touch this.
See what you did there.
All right, Eldane's gonna go clear out some of these soup bones. I'm gonna go after the one that was blind and is, I believe, severely injured. I'm going to go for a sneak attack with the rapier. I'm gonna use my inspiration to get advantage on this roll.
Okay.
All right, so that's going to be
Elvidar. The two snaky skellies.
18.
That's a hit. The two snaky skellies
All right.
have left the throne and are slithering in the direction of the party.
Okay. Good to know.
Roll me some damage, Eldan.
24 damage.
Okay, what does it look like when you end the injured Minotaur skeleton that was attacking Barnabas? Just laid him open with the axe.
All right. Eldan flips around behind it and stabs its rapier repeatedly into the spot where the rib cage attaches to the vertebra and cuts all the ribs out, and then with a flying kick separates the vertebra from the pelvis.
Ooh, nice.
It all clatters to the ground.
Yeah, more bowling, right? Excellent.
Yeah.
So that one's down.
And I'll take a bonus action to hide behind a stalagmite.
Okay, you can do that. Excellent. Well played. We are to Rost. There's one Minotaur on you. 2 are down. There's a lot of carcasses in your little workspace here, folks. 3 deceased Gricks, a dead Roper, 2 Minotaur skeletons.
I'm gonna take a quick second to slap myself and cast Healing Hands
Okay.
and give myself some hit points back because I'm hurting.
Is that a bonus action? An action?
No, that's an action, so let's see. That'll help. And then I'm going to attack, and I'm gonna with my Warhammer, and I'm gonna use my inspiration to roll with advantage. Because I have a bad feeling. I had a bad feeling for a reason. Oh yes. Natural 20 for that second one.
Woohoo!
The 26 to hit.
That'll do it.
All right, so max damage plus a roll.
Yep.
So let's see. 23 plus 21, so 44 damage.
Whew. Wow. So what does it look
Louis.
like? What does it look like?
Let's see. Basically, I'm just gonna like bring the hammer up over my head and smash down on the skull so hard that it goes into the floor and becomes like an inlay.
Wow. Skull paste. With your mighty hammer of cord. Yes. So, Elvadar, you have two bony, snaky skeleton things coming in your direction. I won't say at you because they cannot see you. Are you stealthed as well?
I am stealth. I rolled a 24, I think.
Okay.
So
Almost. Your sense is that they're headed to the scene of the Icar, and calamity and chaos.
yes. So it's my go.
It's your go.
Yeah. I will circle around where I feel they may have a range of vision. So I'm going to stay about 90 to 100 feet away from them.
Okay, well, they're
And
about
I
60
will-
feet from you now. Where you're at, you're in the stalagmites. They're coming across that open area towards you.
Yeah. And I will use... 6 one, half dozen the other. I'm going to use my Eldritch Blast to fire a couple of shots off at them and shout, "We got more coming." So that is the first one is a 17 to hit.
That hits.
And that's 9 damage. And this is on the one that I've Hunter's marked, although the Hunter mark doesn't apply because it has to be a weapon attack. But anyway, whatever works. And hey, the second one's a natural 20.
Okay. So one on each or two
So
on the
that's
same one?
2 on the same one.
Okay.
So the nat 20 is 10, which is the full damage, plus an additional 6 on the roll. So for 16.
Okay.
That's all force damage. And I will take my movement to move backwards at full speed and try to stay out of their range of vision, generally be quiet, but not really succeeding because I'm also shouting back that there's more monsters incoming.
Yeah. So you were at 60 feet. You did your thing. And then you moved back 30, correct?
That's right.
And they started at 60 feet. Okay, very good. Anything else?
Let's see. I don't know if I can do much more than that. No, that's yeah, no, that's it. Thanks.
Okay. It is Draenos' turn, and he looks around the party, hearing Elvadar yell, "More are coming. Does anyone need to be healed? I have potions." And he begins to pull out very, very dark red, viscous potions. Anyone not well?
Barnabas grunts, "Aye."
He hands you a potion of superior healing, and he also quaffs one himself. Does anyone else? That's 8d4 plus 8. Does anyone else need healing?
I think I'm good.
I'm untouchable.
Very good. And he grins at you. Yeah, so 8d4 plus 8, Barnabas. I will keep these.
It's going to be a little bit of overkill, but what the hell?
Sounds like we are not done yet. Barnabas, it is your turn. You are in the mud amidst all the muck and gook of battle. Everything is dead that you can see. You've heard Elvador from up ahead yell, "We have more coming."
Well, as the one that was destroyed in front of him by Eldin, he grunts a thank you, then turns to the sound of Aldevar calling new incoming, and says, "What fresh hell is this?" Can he see them yet?
Not yet, because there is a kind of veritable forest about 30 feet deep of stalagmites between you and these creatures. Elvadar, I would say, is probably
So
back to the party at this point with his full move.
So if he's like standing in the middle of the clearing, and he's reasonably certain that they're coming from like one end, he's going to move like towards the back of the clearing.
Okay.
I want to ready an attack because I got a sunbolt, but the range is only 30 on that,
Okay.
so I won't be able to use it until it gets into range.
Right. And the ring itself is about 20 feet or so. So if you're at the back of that ring and they enter, you'd be well within range. Roll me a dex save, please, as you try to navigate all the broken bones, the slimy dead snake, ichor of the Grix, and the ooze that's escaped the roper from being disemboweled by the ranger.
Thank you, Tim.
Thank you, Tim.
So that is an 18.
Okay. I set that DC at 14, so you're okay. But it's become rather slippery. So anyone taking movement inside of the clearing is going to have to make that dex save. So you move back and ready your action.
He's at the back.
Very good.
Yes.
Let's see. As you... Yeah, so these things continue to advance. You don't know, Elvadar, where they're at now because you ran back into the ring. And so you're with the party. It is now Eldain's turn.
All right. So, can I see them from where I am?
I would say not quite, just because of all of the stalagmites and so forth. You know, remember, you have to kind of wind your way between them to get through them. So there's no really true sight lines.
All right. So, let's see. I would like to sneak up to get a better vantage for when they come around the bend.
Yeah, you can do that. You can certainly go forward through the stalagmites. And when you do that, it's about a 30-foot deep forest of these just deposits of calcium that have grown up over the eons in this cavern. And as you get, behind one and start to peer out, you see right in front of you, right at the edge, these two rather large, horrifying looking, and you can see it on stream and also in our Discord channel. It's like a skeleton of a snake, and they're coiled up, and they're coming to enter the stalagmite forest.
All right. So Eldain has been in stealth mode. I got a 25 on my sneak. So I'm going to try to sneak attack one of them with the rapier.
Okay. Wow, some anonymous donor just dropped $200. Thank you so much for that.
Wow.
Whew, we're at 1,280.
Nice.
That's awesome.
We're almost halfway to last year's amount that was raised, and we're just the first stream in. So thank you so much for that. Quarter of the way there. Okay, so you have advantage because of what again, Eldain? I'm sorry, I got a little distracted there.
Sorry. No, I was in stealth, so I want to sneak attack.
And does stealth grant you advantage? I'm just kind of scrambling through some stuff here. Because you have to have either advantage or your target has to be within 5 feet of an ally.
If they can't see me, it's as if they're blind, which gives you advantage, basically.
Okay, I'll take that.
So the way I understand it, as long as they don't spot me, then I get advantage on them.
Now you're gonna get.
I got a 25 on my stealth.
You're gonna get a surprise on that for sure. That stealth, yeah. I think that's a common sense way to officiate that. Go ahead and do your thing.
Okay, cool. So I'm going to use my last crit on this sneak attack with the rapier. So
one of them appears to be harmed or damaged. Are you gonna do that one or the other one?
I'm gonna go for the other one. It's going to be 53 damage.
Ouch. Yeah, so you really break some bones, snap off ribs, broke off a part of the bottom jaw. I mean, you really raggedy Andy'd this guy, man. You shanghaied him pretty good, but he's still up. And it just turns and hisses at you.
Take a bonus action with the offhand dagger.
Okay.
That one is only going to be 14.
Okay. Yeah, looking rough, man. Looking rough. It looks over at you and hisses. Looks like you're probably going to be subject to something awful.
Oh, I'm sorry. Actually, 17 to hit. Does that get him?
Yeah. Yes, it does. They have AC 15 natural armor.
Bonus.
Yeah, you're good. You're good.
Okay. So it's just going to be 2 points of damage, though.
Okay.
So that's it.
All right. Go ahead, Rost.
All right.
You're also just, it's quiet. You hear a scuffle ahead in the stalagmites. You know, the sound of blade on bone. You've got all this gore and ichor at your feet. If you move, roll me a dex save.
So these stalagmites, they're how tall? Like, is there clearance to fly above them, perhaps?
Sure. Yeah, they're anywhere from 10 to 30 feet high, varying in size, but you could, the cavern's got to be 70, 80 feet high. It's another one of these big volcanic sort of caverns.
I'm going to use my Radiant Soul and sprout these, gorgeous incorporeal wings. Fly up 30 feet to where they're at, if I can, or close as I can to them.
Okay, as soon as you lift above, you see these two snaky skellies right at the edge of the stalactites or stalagmites about to head toward the party. You see Eldane has just gashed one of them pretty badly. They're both damaged, but one is much more so than the other.
I'm going to fly above the one that's not so damaged.
Yep.
And I'm going to just then drop my wings and just come smashing down with the hammer.
Oh, nice.
As I fall.
Nice.
Epic.
Fastball special.
And let's see. Ooh, that could be bad. I think I'm going to use one of my instant crits.
Okay.
So let's see. So that's ooh, nice. 26 damage on the first hit.
Okay. Yeah, that broke some bones.
And then as I'm probably landed on top of it, I'm just going to strike down again for 23 to hit.
That'll hit.
And only 6 damage, but it's damage. Oh, wait, I forgot. I also, with the Radiant Soul, I get an additional 7 radiant damage
Okay.
on both of those attacks, so 14 more total.
Woo. The one you hammered is looking really bad. A lot of bones missing, and it's writhing and nasty. All done?
I think so. Yeah.
Okay. Elvidar, it is your turn.
Yes. Excellent. Where are we here? That's a bonus action. How far away from these things am I?
You came back to where the party is, so you'd have to just come 30 feet or so through that kind of stand of stalagmites to get back to them.
Right. Can I see them?
As you
Do I
get
have
closer,
visual?
you can, but there's no straight lines of sight through the stalagmites.
All right. Going to add some color then. I am going to cast Zephyr Strike on myself, and that will give me an additional 30 feet of movement, and one attack will deal an extra d8 force damage on the hit. I am going to avail myself of one of those nice critties, and with my long sword, I'm going to wail on the ones I hunter's marked.
Okay, that was the one you damaged earlier, correct?
That, yeah.
Okay.
And so I gotta keep all of my damage dice in order, because there's a lot of extra dice. Well, not a lot. Some people do more than I do, but all right. So that is longsword strike. So that is 8 plus 3 is 11 for the crit, plus an additional handful of dice because of all these spells.
Ooh, that sounds exciting.
Nice. Yeah. Oh, the bonus damage for the spells go too, right? The Hunter's Mark and the Zephyr Strike?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yep,
So
yep,
that's okay. Math.
Trigger.
It's too early in the morning. 16 and 6 is 22, plus 3 is 25, plus 12 is 37, plus 8 is 45 damage in one strike, I believe.
Nice. So what does it look like when you end this skeleton snake? Makes me really sad. My pets.
Aw. Elvidar streaks up like a bolt of lightning with his long sword out and just cleaves the head right off this snake and comes to a screeching halt just past it to watch the two pieces fall, one to the left, one to the right, and they shatter on the hard ground beneath. And he hisses at the other snake as a bonus action again. Free action, we'll call it.
Nice. Anything else while you're at it?
No, that has expended pretty much everything I could possibly do in one round.
Okay. Drainos is going to attempt to move through the Ichor, rolling a dex save, and I don't think that's too good. No, he slips and falls in the amongst the Grick carcasses in the slippery, blood-covered bone and detritus and so forth. So he is prone. And all he's able to really kind of do at that point is just to try to get back up. So Barnabas, you see this because you're at the south end of the chamber as you watch Drainos try to go aid the party. Everybody else is gone but you two. It is your turn.
And this thing still has not come into sight.
No, it hasn't had the opportunity to do so yet because the party is wailing on it and it's not its turn in initiative.
He grumbles, best laid plans. And he decides maybe he should go to the party, unless they kill this thing without him, or these things without him. So I'm assuming dex save.
Yeah.
That's going to be an 11.
Yeah, you go down in the muck, in the ichor, and you've got, blood and gore stuck to you.
Grumbles to himself. So, unless I'm able to do anything else.
You could spend the other half of
I
your
guess he's
movement
done.
to get up. Yeah, it's slippery, slidey in here, man. It's bad news.
Okay. In that case, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to spend the other half of the movement. By the way, my because of the fact that I'm a monk, my walking speed is 45 feet. So, in terms of, I don't know how far he got before he slipped.
Okay. Yeah, I would say maybe halfway. So you basically go about 15 feet, slip and fall, and then spend the other half of your move just trying to get up and kind of get yourself righted again.
Okay.
Nice.
Okay.
Anything else?
In that case, yeah, I guess I'm done.
Okay. So if memory...
no, that's pretty much it.
Okay. If memory serves, Eldain, you are close to the other snaky snake, right? Because you just went and did your...
Yes.
Okay, so it's going to try to bite you. Yeah, it's going to try to bite you. How about 24?
What do you know? They can hit me.
Haha! Yay, I hit you finally. Let's see here. I need more dice. There we go.
Oh, that's never a good sign.
18. Piercing damage and poison damage. Kind of split evenly.
18, you say?
Yeah.
All right.
And hang on a second here. Because poison. Yeah, so make me a con save, please.
All right. Con save. Not my forte. Let's see how this goes. 8.
Okay, so you are officially poisoned. You've got disadvantage on your attack rolls and your ability checks. And this is a particularly gnarly poison. So it's gonna hang on for a while, unless you can somehow become unpoisoned. So yeah, you have that condition. Merry Christmas to you. Let's see. Man, I wish these things had more actions. It's just not nasty enough. Okay. Barnabas. Those little D4s won't stay on the table. What I need you to do is make me a con save.
I knew I should have closed my mouth when I fell. Well, if I'm going to make a con save, it may as well be a good one. That is a 19.
19. Okay, so you're going to take some necrotic damage as you feel this absolutely icy, cold energy blast you in the middle of your back. Let's see here. I need more D8s. 6, 7, 8. It's game time, people. I think I'll roll them. I'll roll them in the cup. Okay, 8 and 6.
That was loud. Also uncalled for.
26.
Is it though?
Well, we're here for it.
29. Half of 29 necrotic is 14 necrotic, as this absolutely horrifyingly icy cold bolt blasts you in the center of your back. And you hear Drainos shriek, "Oh no," as the same happens to him, and he takes 14. And you probably are curious what happened, so you whirl around. And behind you, floating in the air, just inside, maybe 15 feet away from you, is this enormous, rotting ball of disgusting, putrid, pus-filled, ichor-dripping flesh with a huge maw and rows of teeth. And just like sizzling, almost like acidic dripping from its teeth. And a huge, huge, but completely milky white, pallid eye in its forehead, and all these stalks. And you guys just got zapped by one of the stalks. Yeah, it's nasty. And I might mention that from out of these stalagmites, it might, yes. From out of the stalagmites comes a similarly adorned orb at the front of the party. And it's going to target, how many options do I have? 3 of you out front. So I'm just going to do the D6 method. 1 and 2 is Eldane, Rost is 3-4, the Ranger is 5-6, and that's Rost. Make me a con save.
Gladly, sir.
As a ray off of this thing blasts you right in the chest.
22.
Okay, so you saved. So you feel yourself begin to stiffen. It's almost like that. If you've ever like grabbed an electric fence where it kind of locks you up a little bit, it's almost that sense. But then you manage to will it out of your nervous system, and so you are not paralyzed as this beholder zombie floats out for your second challenge, gifted by donors. In fact, I believe these are courtesy of Elvidar. Wish this upon the group. So we're back to the top of the order. Eldane.
Thank you, Dave.
Hey.
Eldane, you are up.
All right. Well, I think that mead finally kicked in. I'm starting to feel a little woozy. So there's just the one skeleton thing still standing near me, and the 2 orbs.
One bone naga, and then there's a beholder zombie, and then you heard something sizzling and thrumming back in the clearing, and you heard Barnabas and Drenas groan and moan in agony.
All right, so I'm gonna do a color spray on that one that's close to me there. And it's cast at first level, so that'll be 6 dice.
And you're targeting the beholder zombie?
The naga that's beside me.
Yep.
Right?
Yep.
Are the other ones also beside me?
The one beholder zombie is not in melee. It's probably 30, 40 feet off. It kind of came out of the forest kind of to your side and is hovering slowly towards you all. It's probably about 40 feet away.
Okay, so just the one that's in melee with me then. So 38 hit. If it's under 38 hit points, it's blind.
Okay, the Bone Naga is currently blind.
All right, and I'm going to take my bonus action to hide.
Okay.
Behind the nearest stalagmite.
Yep, you can just slip back
and
into
we'll
the
roll
darkness. Kind of like Homer Simpson backing into the shrub.
Yes.
All right, so that's going to be a 20 on the hide check.
So anybody looking in Eldane's direction just vanishes. All right, Rost.
I've gotten used to that with this party.
Rost, you have
I am just
the Bone Naga and you have the Beholder.
All right, I'm just looking at the Beholder and just like rubbing my hands together, and I'm gonna cast Guiding Bolt at 2nd level.
Okay.
So that's gonna be a 17 to hit.
Okay. That hits.
Yes. All right, so let's see. 5d6. 22 damage, and the next attack gets advantage on it.
Okay.
So, speaking of next attacks, I'm going to run up to the beholder and smash it.
Nice.
Smash it good. And I get advantage on that. All right, so 21 to hit
That'll hit.
for 10 damage.
Okay. Noted. Anything else?
Um, hmm. Nah, I'm good.
Okay. Elvidar.
Elvidar. How far away is the other bone naga from me?
I would
Am
say
I
probably
right
about
up in it?
15 feet or so.
All right.
Again, you're kind of right at the edge
Two
of the
Eldritch Blast.
Yeah, you're right at the edge of the stalagmites,
Yeah.
and so is that bone naga. Is just over a little ways from where you came out.
Right.
Eldritch Blast it is.
I'm gonna point a finger at that and Eldritch Blast
At advantage. At advantage. Because it's blinded.
Oh, nice. Okay, that's still lots. 22
That hits.
for the first bolt. And 7 damage. And the second bolt is, damn, I wish I critted on a 19, but so that's 19 plus 7 is 26. And the second hit does, oh, nice, 10.
Okay. Yeah, it's looking rough.
Force damage. And Elvidar will keep it at range by moving sort of away and around from it and trying to see if he can find a way to flank in the area where there seems to be more action happening, where the rest of the party is that he perceives.
Well, you've got the party in two places. Your group has a beholder zombie about 40 feet to the east. You have the bone naga that you just hit, which is about 15 feet left of you or to the west. You've just kind of stepped out, I assume, to get where you can see both of them.
Yeah.
Rost is toe-to-toe or toe-to-eye with the beholder zombie. You see no sign of Eldain, Barnabas, or Drainos. But you hear the sounds
Cool.
of something
That's fine.
happening back at the clearing. Just general rustling about and cries of agony. Anything else?
Yeah. Nope, that's it. Just trying to stay out of the way, stay out of range, such as I can. I have a pretty good range, so I'm not
Okay.
too worried. That's it.
Okay, so you see Barnabas, you see Drainos turn and face this thing. And he pulls out some sort of something. You can't really make out what it is, and he makes a motion, and you hear him speaking in some unintelligible language. And he casts a spell. Okay. And all these tentacles rise up out of the ground as he kind of like draws them up and commands them. His eyes get really big. Oh, no problem. And the beholder zombie manages to hover out of the space, this 20-foot area right around the stalagmites at the the southern end of the clearing where the zombie was. Yeah, so nothing happens because it made its save. Yeah, saving throw or take. Okay. And that will be his turn, and we are now to the Bone Naga. It's going to look at Elvidar and open its mouth, kind of hissing. And I need you to make a dex save as a rather nasty batch of lightning comes at you.
It is blind,
Yes.
so it might have
is.
trouble seeing where he is.
Yeah. Yeah. In a direction you choose.
Do I get advantage on my roll?
I will give you advantage on your roll. I think that would be a suitable adjudication.
All right. That's a dex save.
Yeah.
And that is 25.
Okay, yeah, so you barely save. Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
So many
I had the
eights.
feeling.
24, 25, 20,
Oh no.
42, 44. You take 22 lightning damage. You saved to only take half, so 22.
Oof.
As it just opens its jaw
Right.
and lightning just bounds in your direction.
I clench as a free action.
Sure.
Hair dancing on the lightning. Ouch. Well, still standing. Half hit points, but still standing.
Okay. And now it's the... I skipped Barnabas. Barnabas, it's your turn.
So, Barnabas, I'm assuming I'm within 30 feet of the Beholder zombie.
Yes, back in the clearing with you and Drainos. Yes, you are.
Well, the very familiar Nestrotro. And he creates Sunbolt that he flings. I am going to use the inspiration point to get advantage.
Okay.
Attack. AC 15.
That hits, exactly.
I am going to use one of my 2 crits. Oh, that could have been a bit better, but let's see. So the first attack is 11 points damage.
Okay.
This is radiant damage.
Fair enough.
And then for the second attack, sometimes that comes up. That's AC 15 again.
That hits.
And I'm going to use the last of my crits.
Nice.
That's a little better. 13 points damage on that one.
Okay. Noted. Anything else?
No, that's it.
Very well. Okay, now it's the Beholder's turn. And it's going to, obviously going to burn some eye ray action. And I'm going to have Drainus as a ray of sparkling, it's like black and silvery dust particles in it, just blasts him right in the chest.
Whoa.
Man, I don't have that many D8s. Okay, so this sparkly ray thing hits Drainos in the chest, and as it does, he looks over at you, and his eyes are like dinner plates. And he drops into a simple bit of dust as he is disintegrated. Like,
Man.
Oops.
failed to save and
Indeed.
maxed out his hit points, and he is gone.
This is like Thanos with the finger snap.
He's gone. And the thing turns towards you, Barnabas. And I need you to make a con save.
Ooh, ooh, oh, good. That is con save. That is a 21.
That's a save?
18 on the die.
Good. Half a 38, which I think is 19. Necrotic as an enervation ray, the same one that zapped you before, hammers you. And it just hovers closer.
He cries out in obvious pain.
Nice. Rost. This thing tries to bite you. I'm guessing a 9 is not going to work.
Yes, sir.
And it's going to shoot an eye ray in the direction of my friend Elvidar. Roll me a DC,
That's not good.
a con save.
Con save.
Let's see, Eldain, you're hidden and poisoned, right?
Correct.
That would be a nat 20.
Okay. Again, you feel like this sensation of being electrocuted almost. Everything's kind of seizes up, and then you push through it, and you're not paralyzed. Eldain, it is your turn.
Nice.
You have an injured beholder zombie. You hear screams from the clearing.
Is the bone naga still up?
No.
Did we finish that up? Okay. I'll head into the zombie then.
Oh, no, it is still up. I
And
apologize.
I've
It
got
is-
some.
Hang on. It is still
it?
up.
Okay.
Sorry about that. I got so many notes here. I kind of hard to see. But it is still up, yes. It does not look good.
It is.
It's broken and
Does not look good.
a lot of pieces dangling off of it.
Never looked good. I'm going to. Eldain is. He was hidden, so he'll have advantage, but he's poisoned, so that negates it. So it's just going to be a regular attack.
Makes sense?
Makes sense. So yeah, he'll just attack with the rapier. Let's see how that goes. 14 plus 22.
That'll hit.
All right. And 11 damage.
Okay, how do you do this? How do you end this bone naga?
Leaping from leaping from the shadows, he thrusts up his rapier into the section between the skull and the top vertebra, and just pops it off like a bottle cap, kicking
Nice.
the rest to the floor.
I like it.
And then he'll take his bonus action to go back into stealth.
Okay.
With disadvantage, I still got a
Rust.
28.
Okay, yeah, you disappear again. Rost, you're up.
I'm gonna attack this beholder with my hammer, but I'm going to cast Thunderous Smite as I do it.
Ooh.
That sounds
All right.
delicious.
Oh, it's going to be fun. So, can you make me a strength save while I roll up this hit?
That's a nat 20. Man, I've rolled about 6 of those today. Where are those in my regular
Fine.
campaigns?
All right. So that's going to be a 14 to hit.
14 does not hit.
Okay. Well, we're just going to try that again with the second attack.
Okay. Don't forget you've got
There's gonna
if you've got inspirations and crits.
Right. That's a 22 to hit.
That'll do it.
So let's see. It's 1d10 plus 2d6 thunder damage. So 12. So 15 damage.
Okay. Nice.
And since I did Thunderous Smite on that second one too, I need you to do another strength save.
That's a 17.
Damn it. Okay, fine. He's fine. He doesn't go flying anywhere, and he's definitely not knocked prone.
That would be, well, he is immune to prone, but knocked flying might look really cool.
It would.
Anything else?
Like golf, only the ball's bigger.
And I think that's going to be it for me.
All right. Elvidar, you're up. You have a
Yes, sir.
a beholder zombie and screaming.
Beholder zombie and screaming. Well, the
Screaming
beholder
coming from
zombie's
the
gonna
clearing.
Take it. I'm going to see if I can pick off these eyeballs that are rotating around and attacking us. So it's going to pull out his longbow and take a sharpshooter shot. So I take -5 on the hit, but +10 on the damage. Let's see what we can do. Okay. 23 -5 is 18 to hit.
That hits.
All right, and the damage is nice. 12 damage plus 10 is 22 hit points to this delicious beholder. Hopefully, take off a stock, but mechanically, whatever.
So 22. Okay, it's
That's it.
looking rough. Still up. Anything else?
Just moving among the stalactites, trying to keep the beholder in visual, but trying to make it as confusing as pattern as possible to get some cover.
Okay, very good. Drainos would take his turn, but he has ended. He's a pile of dust, along with all of his belongings, including the map.
Oh, the staff went too.
And the staff.
Oh, no.
Dust sifts.
And the healing potions.
Oh.
And the stuff.
Oh, shit.
Barnabas, that leaves you and a fairly well-off beholder zombie. It's taken some damage, but it's looking good.
How far from me is this beholder zombie?
About 15 feet across the clearing. The clearing filled with slippery ichor and muck and death. That clearing.
Right. Well, I'm gonna have to chance it because I can't take another one of those shots. I'm gonna do my run through the clearing. Deck save.
Yep.
Deck save of deck save of 25.
That makes it no problem. So you're gonna run over and gonna run over and monk this guy, huh?
Oh, it's time to pull out the pain. You hear him screaming something about stupid, bloody eyeballs and other things that should not be mentioned in polite company. Gonna do an armed strike. Armed strike, I should say. That is AC 27.
Barely hits.
Yeah, so 7 points plus follows it up with a flurry of blows.
Nice.
How much damage did you say?
Let's see. 7 for the first attack.
Okay.
The flurry of blows is, another 26 this time for the attack roll.
Okay.
And let me just do the second attack as well, by the way. That one is only 14.
Okay.
14 miss or hit.
Oh, 14 misses. I thought that was damage. I'm sorry.
Okay, no.
Yeah, 14 misses. Yeah, don't
So
forget.
the one that hit,
Y'all got
is
crits and inspirations. Don't forget.
I used up the 2 crits that I had.
Gotcha.
So that is 8 points of damage for the second attack. And hold on a second to check one thing. Trying to remember whether or not I can still cast the Burning Hands or if that stops because of the flurry of blows. I think that's it.
Yeah, Burning Hands is an action, correct?
Yeah, but it works off of one of my special. It
Cool.
works off one of my attacks.
Gotcha. So are you able to do that or no?
Well, here's the thing. It says immediately after you take the attack action. All right, no, I can't because I flurry of blows was my bonus.
Okay,
Never
gotcha.
mind.
All right.
So, yeah, I'm done.
Very good. Okay, it is the Beholder's turn, and it is now that you're close, it's going to try to chomp you. You've done it some damage, and it's not incredibly happy. Does a 10 hit?
That does not.
Well, that sucks, because I really wanted to bite you. However, it also gets its eye ray as an action. So we'll do the old random. Pick your poison. Roll me a DC 14 dex save.
Oh, dex saves. I like dex saves. That is 22.
Okay, that's a save. The same ray that dropped Dranos, the black sparkly ray, comes at you. Man, you're lucky on these rolls. Holy cow. 2, 4, 6, 12, 22. 32. Half of that is 16 force damage, disintegration damage. How many HPs did you have?
19.
Oof.
You do not turn to a pile of gray dust. I had 2 1s and 2 2s and a 3 out of 10d8. You had 16. So you're still up.
So now you're just bragging.
Man, I was so close to it. Maybe next round. Eldan.
Whatever you're gonna do, now would be a good time.
Aldan's gonna slip out of the shadows and stab upwards into the zombie beholder with his rapier. I still have an ally nearby, so I get the sneak attack. I don't get the
Yes.
advantage because of the poison.
Right. Yep.
All
Correct.
right. All right, so that's going to be, unfortunately, only a 13 to hit.
That is not a hit, I'm afraid.
All right. That's it for him.
Okay. Rost. You have a beholder
What am I gonna...
right in front of you, and it looks kind of raggedy. It's definitely well beyond half damage. Looking pretty rough.
I'm going to try something. I'm going to hit it, but I'm going to use Searing Smite at 2nd level.
Okay,
So can you make me a con save?
I can. Oh, that's a 1. It was on 13, you know, it's kind of making that last wobble, and it's a 1.
17 to hit.
That hits.
All right, so 1d10 plus 2d6. So it is 22 damage. And let's see. On a failed save, it also takes 1d6 fire damage. And then until it's successful, or until someone can put out the flames, it's on fire, I believe. So also 3 damage.
So 3 fire?
Yep. And then it's on fire, and at the start of each turn, you have to make another con save.
Okay.
Or else it keeps burning.
Okay, help me remember. And it's a d6 per round, basically, of
Yeah.
fire damage. Okay.
And now I'm going to hit it again with just a regular smashy smash.
Okay, was any of that radiant damage? Or no, just
It's just
bludgeoning?
fire.
Okay,
Yeah.
and bludgeoning.
Oh. I could do that. Let's see. I am going to do that, actually. For my second attack, I'm not going to smash. I'm going to do Guiding Bolt at 2nd level.
Yeah, you are dealing with undead here.
Yeah. So that's going to be a 23 to hit.
Woo.
That'll hit.
And then, glorious 21 damage.
Is that radiant?
Radiant.
Okay, so undead
Yes,
fortitude
sir.
does not apply. What does it look like when you end this beholder zombie?
Nice.
Basically, I'm going to just kiss my fist, and it's going to glow, and I'm just going to punch it right in the eye, and it's just going to pop like a zit.
Oh. Too real, man.
Eldane, Rost, you're both covered in beholder ichor as this thing explodes in death.
No, I have evasion.
Nice. Elle, you're up.
All right. Was that my beholder that got glotted, or is it another one?
It was the one that you guys were fighting up front. Barnabas is on his own, about
All right.
30 feet away in the clearing.
Okay. We're low on time, so I am going to use my last spell slot. I'm going to cast Hunter's Mark on that beholder, and from range, I will. What the hell? I'm going to.
Now you'll have to move first so you can see the thing.
Yeah, so I'll move. I have a choice here, so I'm not going to cast Hunter's Mark. I'm going to cast Hex at a higher level, and that doesn't do a damn thing for me. But when I get line of sight, I'm going to Eldritch Blast. I'm going to use the last remaining crit that I have to hit. So the first Eldritch Blast does 10 plus 10 is 20, plus a d6 is 25. And then the second Eldritch Blast, which I have to roll for, is a dirty 20 to hit. And does 8 and another, full 6. So that's another 14 on top of that.
Jeez. So 25 and 14?
Yes. That's
Yeah, I got you.
39.
That's plenty. Okay, it's looking rough. As you Eldritch Blast this thing, it kind of, all the stalks are flailing. It's hissing, it's just dripping goo and...
Yeah.
Barnabas, you just saw this thing get blasted with energy from Elvidar as he dashes into the clearing. You have a very wounded beholder zombie right in front of you.
So, 5 days of being in the Underdark has taken its toll, and he falls into a rage and just says, "Stop shooting me!" and starts beating the hell out of this thing.
Awesome.
Standard attack. AC 16.
That hits.
All right, so for his first attack, okay, that is 9 points of damage for the first one.
Okay.
Then flurry of blows.
You see this monk just monking
That's
off on this
also
guy.
going to hit. That is 8 points of damage for the second attack. And for the third one, natural 20.
All right.
Come on, sixes. Oh, not quite. So that's a 9 plus what the bonus roll. 9. So that's 12 points for the third attack.
Describe for me how you end this beholder zombie.
It takes he starts going off, his fist flying into this thing. The first two punch it right above its ugly mouth. The second one, or the third one, I should say, just flies into its middle eye and through the mucus and whatever else is there, and just keeps going until his arm is basically buried in the thing.
Nice. And it falls, and it kind of
And he
suctions off your arm as it falls into a big pile on the already ichor-covered floor. It grows silent.
and he stands there, breathing heavily.
Your guide is a
Turns around to the
loss.
party. Can we go now?
Yeah, we should probably just keep heading our own way, seeing as Handsome over here is a pile of dust.
Yeah, he's toast. The map's toast. Everything's toast. There's a throne room beyond the stalagmites, and should you choose to examine it,
Yep.
and I'm going to retcon this quickly so that we can raid into Praters after the giveaway.
Nice.
There's a stone case behind the throne that contains 1,264 gold, almost 300 platinum, 50 plus small, uncut, very nice, shiny gems in various colors. Huge greatsword hanging on a wall behind the thrones, a holy avenger. A polished obsidian horse figurine of wondrous power. A potion of cloud giant strength, a ring of regeneration, leather armor +1, and a bow +1 with 20 arrows +1. And you didn't even get to the
Items we could have
teeth.
used 5 minutes ago.
Yeah. A lot of things you could have used had you got there, but yeah. And all that undead with the Minotaur Skellies and Bone Naga, that was the first extra encounter. The second extra encounter was supposed to be over a bridge, the two beholder zombies with a water weird coming out of the water, but we didn't get there, and we had to kind of wrap. And then Drainos got killed, and so that was kind of sad. But yeah, so we didn't really finish the module, but we did finish our 4 hours, and we raised $500, y'all.
Awesome.
520
Thank you,
bucks.
Thank you
That's
very much.
amazing.
Thanks,
How
everyone.
cool is that? So here's what we're going to do. We're going to close the entries, and then we're going to pick the winner of our giveaway. And I just want you to whisper me or DM me on Twitter or hit me in the Discord. I'll put up my socials here. But let me know, whoever you are, the winner. And we'll get those. It's a PDF, so we'll get that code from Chuck to you. Chuck at Troller Games. Again, giving away a PDF set of all the Crusader magazines. So I've clicked Pick Winner, and Cannibal Eridar has won the PDF. So Cannibal, if you're here, let me know. And you are listed as in chat, so that's pretty cool. Congratulations. There you are. Cool. So DM me on Twitter. I just put my socials up there, or whisper me here, or join the Discord and hit me on the Discord. But thanks to everybody. Quick outtakes from our players, please.
Well, I know for me personally, St. Jude's has done a lot. I had a sister who suffered from childhood cancer, and sadly she passed, but St. Jude's did everything they could. And they're doing amazing work, and it just is something near and dear to my family. So thank you, Wiley, for letting me participate. Thanks to everyone who donated, and thanks to this amazing 24 plus hour stream for just helping out how they can.
Awesome. Thanks so much for playing, Gideon. Sure appreciate it. Okay. Let's go up to Eldan.
Hey, thanks, Wally, for putting this on, and thanks to Lord Gasama for organizing this whole big thing. I hope we make a lot of money. It looks like we've got a really good start. We've got many, many hours to go. Thanks to everyone in the audience for watching along as we got this thing kicked off, and have a good weekend.
Thanks for playing, man. It's the first time we've gotten to play at the same table, and I hope it happens again, man. Great job with Eldain. A lot of fun. So awesome. Very good. Thanks for joining us, bud. And happy Vancouver, right? Man, I want to visit there so bad.
Nice place.
Rob.
Yeah. So first of all, thank you, Wiley, for DMing for us, and to my fellow players. It was a lot of fun playing with you. This charity event was actually where I first really became a big member of the community last year. So, beyond the cause, which is a wonderful cause, it's a favorite of mine. This is kind of a special marker for me. Thank you to all the wonderful people who have came on to support us this morning, and thank you to those of you, especially thank you to everyone who has donated. Doesn't matter what the donation size is, every little bit counts. And we've got more coming up, so keep following along in this wonderful weekend.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Dave.
Hey, thank you very much, Wiley, for hosting this. Really appreciate it. Thank you, Lord Gazumba, for organizing it. It's children's hospitals everywhere are a good charity to give to, no matter what. I'm a Canadian, so St. Jude's doesn't affect my fellows as much, but it's still a good thing to be part of. Really appreciate it. Appreciate you not killing us all. Thank you.
I tried.
It's been great.
I mean,
You tried hard. I mean, that was.
I got an NPC, but I couldn't get the party.
So close.
You came close.
Almost.
And thank you, everyone who's given. That's nice.
Thanks to everybody for hanging out. Thank you for the comments on the game and the stuff. The players obviously made it awesome. So it was cool because we got to do a little bit of RP to kick things off too. So that was a lot of fun. And man, am I ready to run a little campaign with some Underdark in it? That was because man, we just touched the surface of the Underdark deliciousness, which we're going to see all day and tomorrow. You can see all the games that are going on the overlay up there. So I'm going to set up a raid now. To get us over there. Let me get to the right screen here. There it is. Raid channel. Let's see. Praetor's Rejects. There they are. Okay, starting the raid. So get in there, make some noise. Let them know you're from Wily Hobbit. And thanks to all the new followers. Thanks for everybody hanging out. Have a great, safe weekend, and let's raise some cash for those kids.
Yep. Awesome.
All right, y'all. We are out.